Just quick. Like what is it and why do you do this in Ethiopia? Okay, okay, good. So one of the things that I love about living in Colmar Manor is its diversity. We have people from everywhere. We have people from Ethiopia, people from Eritrea, we have people from Jamaica, we have people from the Philippines, we have people from El Salvador. It's just a beautifully diverse community that I'm very proud to call home. So go ahead and just tell us what is the Ethiopian coffee ceremony? Mm. Let's just see why do you do it?
Um,
Do you want to tell me and I'll say it? Well, I'll go ahead and just tell you what I know about the coffee ceremony. Yeah. Um, so my family or myself and my husband have had the pleasure of going to Ethiopia, and if you didn't know, Ethiopia is the birthplace of coffee, right? And so, whenever you're at a community event or when you're in Ethiopia, people do this communal celebration and it's called the coffee ceremony. And you just sit around and you brew coffee, sort of like a tea ceremony, and you drink coffee, and it's absolutely delicious. So, I wanted to say thank you, Azre, for doing that. And if you want to start doing the coffee, that would be amazing. And I welcome anyone that's here or anyone that's watching that wants to come down to have a little cup of coffee. Um, okay, so now I'd like to call the meeting to order. And there are a couple of things that I kind of also wanted to discuss. So the moment of silence and the Pledge of Allegiance. So why don't we start off with the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I would now like to request a moment of silence um, for a couple of residents that have passed away. I know one, Miss Young, passed away, but there have been a couple that we're aware of that have passed. I also would like to have a moment of silence for a former delegate of District 22 who also passed. And then I just want to send prayers and support to our town attorney, Mr. Barr, who is in the hospital recovering, but he had some health issues, and I want to make sure that he knows that we support him and that we send him our best wishes. So if you could all join me in a couple seconds, a moment of silence. All right, thank you. So we have our agenda for this evening. Yeah, so we have everything on here. So we have the introduction of new employees and staff. We have some past and upcoming events that we'll announce. I'll open it up for resident and public comments. I'm asking everyone to keep that to 3 minutes. If possible, just come up once and give other people an opportunity to come up as well. If they can't now, maybe they can in the second portion. I will ask for committees and community groups to give out their reports, again, 3 minutes each. I'll go ahead and give out a little mayor's report. We'll approve the minutes of our previous meeting. Oh, there's nothing. Okay, so just cross that out. Or I don't know. Okay, so then we'll go on to council reports. Again, 3 minutes each. Staff reports. We'll open it up for resident and public comments. We'll go over some old business, which is ARPA, town hall improvements, our staff, well, our council retreat. We'll go into some new business, which includes our holiday schedule for the town hall. We'll go into a little bit more detail on some events. There is a possible partnership with Cottage City. And then we'll discuss an RFP for legal services. We'll go over the cable franchise agreement ordinance. We may or may not go into an executive session to discuss some personnel issues, and then we'll adjourn, hopefully earlier than 9 p.m., but I don't know, who knows? And that's about it. So I would like to request someone approve the agenda, unless there's something you want to add.
I'll make the motion to approve the agenda, Mayor.
Okay, Ward 1, Ward 2,
Aye.
Ward 3,
Aye.
Ward 4, absent because she is sick. So Ms. Mendoza sending you wishes to get well. Great. Okay, so we have introduction of some new employees. I'd first like to start off by introducing our newest officer and swearing him in. So let's take a quick moment to do that. I'll go to the flags and we'll swear our new officer in. If you could raise your right hand and, okay. Repeat after me. I, Roderick Brown, do swear
I, Roderick Brown, do swear
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
that I will support the Constitution of the United States,
and that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the state of Maryland
that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the state of Maryland,
and support the Constitution and laws thereof,
and support the Constitution and laws thereof,
and that I will, to the best of my skill and judgment,
and I will, to the best of my skill and judgment,
diligently and faithfully,
diligently and faithfully,
without partiality or prejudice,
without partiality or prejudice,
execute the office of police officer for the town of Colmar Manor.
execute the office
of police officer
of police officer
for the town of Colmar Manor
for the town of Colmar Manor,
in Prince George's County, Maryland,
Prince George's County, Maryland,
according to the Constitution
according to the Constitution
and the laws of this state
and the laws of this state
and the charter of Colmar Manor, Maryland.
and the charter of Colmar Manor, Maryland.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Welcome. And thank you, Chief Stone, for keeping us staffed.
Thank you. Just a quick background on Officer Brown. It's Officer Roderick Brown. He comes to us recently retired from Maryland Natural Resources Police Department and will be a part-time police officer with the town of Colmar Manor, joining Officer Oden as another part-time officer, and just to help give us more police coverage. So thank you and congratulations.
Okay, some of you may not know this, or some of you may. We've had Christian Ortiz be with us for many, many years. Mr. Ortiz was offered a position with a different town, and I'm not angry, maybe just a little angry. But that meant that we needed to get more staffing for our office, which we were planning to do anyways. So thank you to Mr. Holcomb, our town administrator, who took on the task of getting new staff for our office. We have two wonderful new people. Eileen Brown, who is our senior administrative assistant, and then we have the assistant to the clerk, Dalia Merida. So I will ask Miss Eileen Brown to come on camera and just quickly introduce herself. And yeah. Unmute yourself.
Now I'm here. So my name is Eileen Brown. I have been at Colmar Manor for about 2 weeks. I come from Potbelly Sandwich Works, where I worked for a very long time. I don't even remember how many years. And I'm excited to be here. I'm excited to add my ideas with the mayor and the town and see what we can produce here in the town hall.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Eileen. We're so happy to have you. And at some point, Talia will be here as well. But if you can take an opportunity when you come to the town hall to introduce yourself, we have a very good team right now. I'm very proud of the new hires and just proud of our current team. Okay, so now we'll go into the past and upcoming events. So first, I want to just give a huge thank you to everyone that helps with our events, everyone who volunteers. Some of the events that we've recently had have been our Paul Bogle event, which was at the Laracy Park. Actually, Malik, do you want to describe the Paul Bogle event quickly?
Yes, we had our Paul Bogle commemoration or candlelight commemoration. It was a great event. I appreciate everyone that came out. We had food, music. It was a little festive, but essentially it was just to commemorate our ancestors, all of our ancestors, but particularly we're commemorating Paul Bogle for his endeavor of creating a protest that sparked change around the world.
So for me, it was very special to celebrate Paul Bogle and to have Councilmember Harding lead that. I believe Paul Bogle was incredibly courageous in spite of slavery and everything that was going on. And I also credit Mr. Harding for being just as courageous. And so I am in awe of you. And I just am thankful that we hosted that event. Again, it just goes to show you how beautiful our town is, how diverse and how welcoming we are. Then I wanted to say thank you to everyone that helped with our Halloween event. How many of you here came to the Halloween event? Oh, no one that's here came. Okay, sorry. Well, we had a blast. I mean, this room was packed to the brim. We really went all out with the gym and it was just amazing. If you haven't seen pictures, I'm hoping to create a newsletter. It takes me a while. I don't really have a lot of help yet with the newsletter, but it was a really fun event. And it was just nice to have everyone come out and celebrate. I want to thank Ms. Doretha. I want to thank Ms. Vivian. I want to thank Amelia, Amelia's son, my husband, Mr. Holcomb, Mr. Holcomb's partner, everyone that came out and helped. Oh, and obviously Bruce Shingler and Lou Frazier, a Foundation of Greatness, who came out and just helped us decorate the gym. It took us hours. It took us days, actually, but it was really worth it. People and the kids especially, which is why we do this, enjoyed it. Then I also just want to give a big thank you to all the residents that opened up their doors and provided candy to all the trick-or-treaters. Also want to say thank you to the Colmar Manor Bible Church. We stopped there and they had a really nice party. So thank you for giving out candy to the kids. It really made their night. We also had the free store, which took place yesterday. It was amazing. This whole room was full of free items. Clothing, kids' clothes. We also had some tables that had brand new items. We still have some left over, but it was really just amazing to be able to provide that to the community, and we're going to continue doing it. It's not just a one-time thing. So again, thank you to Ms. Vivian. It was her idea, and she pushed it to honor Ms. Renee, who used to offer up the free store. So in memory of her, it was a great event. We also attended myself and Mr. Holcomb attended the Peace Cross rededication ceremony that took place on the 11th on Veterans Day. If you didn't have a chance to see it, it was raining. It was really just raining a lot, but that didn't stop us from being there and celebrating our veterans and just seeing the new Peace Cross. And then again, that just brings to mind our veterans who are in town, just to celebrate you and say thank you for your service. And also, please don't forget to join the American Legion. It's a great place. I love going there. They are going to actually be having a rib and shrimp dinner on the 19th. So make sure to stop by and get a flyer, or if you're able to attend, it's open to everyone. You don't have to be a veteran. We hosted a youth council. Actually, it was a pizza summit for the youth. And so we had about 10 to 15 kids. It was pretty amazing to hear the ideas that they had. If you're not aware, kids want to be more active in this community. They want it, they are craving it. And I think it's our responsibility as the adults and the leadership in town to go ahead and coordinate events for them. I know that we have lots of issues and things that we want to work on, but let's please not forget the children and make sure that you can get involved whenever possible. Some of the ideas that they had, they want an art gallery, they want laptops, they want charging stations, they want field trips. And so I'm taking all of this and trying to figure out how we can get it done for them. Am I missing anything?
They had a huge list. We're missing a lot on the list, but to make a sum of it, they want more sports. They want more activities where they can be outside and interact with each other. Talent shows, concerts, whatever is possible that can keep them entertained and keep them occupied, but also be a reward for the good things that we're doing and they're doing inside the town and for themselves. So I definitely piggyback on that with it.
So if you're interested in volunteering or working with youth, please let us know, reach out to the town. There are a couple of sign-up sheets over there, and make sure to sign up for any of the things that we discussed tonight. We definitely need your help. We cannot do this alone. And then the other thing I wanted to talk about was just take a look at the town hall. This is your town hall. Make sure to come here. We try to have dinner when we have our town meetings. We have a beautiful coffee ceremony. Foundation of Greatness emptied out all the old and rusty fitness equipment that we had on the second level. And it's actually a really nice space now. So make sure that you come. If you want, walk on the track, play basketball, but check out all the space that's available to our town to come and use. And then End Time Harvest Ministries with Reverend Addison, they'll be celebrating 40 years of worship and spiritual leadership in our town. So we definitely want to make sure that we wish them a beautiful anniversary. 40 years is a long time. And so we're happy to have them in our town. And as far as any other upcoming and past events. So there are a couple of things that are taking place. We are getting 150 meals from Shabbat Ministries. If you would like a meal for Thanksgiving, or if your neighbor needs a meal, please reach out to us. Please sign up. There's a sign up sheet on the table next to the wall. Contact the office and we'll make sure that we get that out to you. We're especially wanting to make sure that any seniors that need this will get it. Dalia actually mentioned that we should be delivering this to the seniors, which we will. I plan on it, but definitely help us spread the word. We will be baking pies on Sunday through Foundation of Greatness. So the whole idea is to bake pies that we can then give to our neighbors. So you're going to be helping the town make some pies so we can then give them away. So if you'd like to come and bake a pie, learn how to bake a pie, maybe this isn't something that you've ever done, maybe in your culture, it's not something, there's not a word for pie in Spanish necessarily. Just come and we'll show you how to make pies. You don't have to bring anything, just bring yourself and help us make some pies made with love that we can then give to people for Thanksgiving. And that is on Sunday, the 20th of November, here in the town hall.
Is there a time for that?
I think it's at 12. Yeah, 12 noon. And actually, sorry, I missed a day. So on Saturday, MedStar is having a community health fair here in our town. And from what I hear, they're bringing horses. So we will have horses in addition to some health tips and some general health. I don't know if it's care, but it's just some information on health. So please make sure to attend on Saturday from 10 to something. I forgot. I think it's probably like around 10 in the morning until 4, something like that. I'll make sure to post the information on the Facebook, the town's Facebook, and we'll put it on our website as well. We are also, through the rec committee, we will be hosting a holiday event on Laracy Park, which is the lot next to Taco Bell. It will be on the 10th of December. I'm not necessarily sure on the times yet. I don't have the flyer in front of me, but there will be hot chocolate. There will be gifts for the kids of Colmar Manor. We may have some caroling, trying to figure that out. And yeah, just make sure to come and be a part of it. It's going to be a really nice time. In addition to that, we'll be having a holiday market on that same lot. So if there's anyone here that sells things, that is a vendor, that is an artisan, please make sure to reach out to us so you can have a table and you can sell for the holiday market. That'll probably be on Saturdays starting in December, leading up until the week before Christmas. And it should also be a really nice time and just a great place to support local business people. A toy drive. So we need toys and we need your help. We want to make sure that every child in Colmar Manor has a toy. We know that the pandemic has hit people very hard. And we don't want parents or families or caretakers to struggle. So if you could find it, if in your heart, or if you're able to, please consider donating a toy. Anywhere between the ages of 5 to 15, you can bring it up to the town hall. If you don't want to bring a toy, if you want to make a monetary donation, please feel free to do that. For more information, just contact us at the town hall. But we can't do this alone. We need your help. So if you could help us with making sure that our kids have toys, that would be amazing. And I think that is it for me in regards to past and upcoming. Oh, sorry, one more thing. Again, this is from our rec committee. We are going to be taking one of our vans, or maybe two of our vans, if we can get one of them working, to go see the Christmas lights at the Watkins Regional Park. So if you'd like to sign up and come with us to go see the Christmas lights, if you've never been, they're really great. It's a lot of fun. We may even do Christmas caroling on the van. Who knows? We can go nuts on the van. So please make sure to reach out to us. The dates, I believe, are Wednesday, December 14th. Yeah, Thursday, December 15th. And then the day after Christmas Day, the 26th and the 27th. So please, if you want more information, please reach out to us, take a flyer, sign up. We have sign up sheets over there. And as always, don't forget, we have Zumba. We have Zumba on Mondays and Wednesdays and Saturdays in the gym, 7:15 for an hour, 7:15 p.m. Also, if you'd like to come and work out with me, I work out every Saturday at 8 a.m. We have a trainer that comes and trains people for an hour for free for Colmar Manor residents. So if you want to come and work out, you know, during the pandemic, we haven't necessarily been taking care of our health. So make sure to come out and get healthy and start to work out. And that's it for me in regards to past and upcoming events. I'd now like to open it up to resident comments. Make sure to give your name, street you live on, keep it to 3 minutes.
There. All right. Let me set my timer. All righty, 3 minutes. All right, Keith Brooks, Ward 3, live off of 40th. So the resolution R01 2023 was introduced and passed by only 2 council members and the mayor. Our concern, along with many residents of Colmar Manor, has always been focused on the process. The qualified registered residents of the town deserve the opportunity to voice their opinion regarding the passing of amendments that would alter the town's charter by means of a vote. That is the democratic process. Thomas Jefferson stated, whenever people are well informed, they can be trusted with their own government, that whenever things get so far wrong as to attract their notice, they may be relied on to set them right. Informed citizens actively participating in the decision-making process in the government, that is the key. Unable to identify a functioning / operating ethics committee to present this matter in front of, we were forced to utilize the town of Colmar Manor's charter. The document not only cultivated our knowledge of the town's process and procedures, but also afforded us with a viable option regarding the current situation. Dr. Seuss, the more you read, the more things you will know. The more that you learn, the more places you'll go. For the town of Colmar Manor's charter, we gathered signatures from qualified registered voters and presented these documents to the clerk treasurer last week by means of email, hand delivery, and postal service. However, during the outreach exercise, we faced a considerable amount of obstacles in our attempts to follow the process laid out in the charter. By Ralph Nader, nothing can stop the power of an informed citizenry when it is empowered, organized, and motivated. Some of the challenge we faced upon requesting the opportunity to make a petition available via the town's marquee located at 40th and Newark, we were informed that it was a non-council commission notice. Upon requesting the town communicate a brief survey to registered qualified voters regarding input of the resolution, we again were informed that it was a non-council commission notice. We were forced to go by ways of knocking on door, and upon obtaining an accurate voter registration list from the town, we observed various degrees of inaccuracy during our outreach. As an example, some residents that were on the list stated they were not registered. The outreach informed as many residents as possible of the passing of resolution R01-2023 was very much a grassroots endeavor. We quickly learned that many residents were unaware of the resolution and some were not even apprised of the passing of the resolution. Unfortunately, we also learned the communications campaign led by the current elected mayor of Colmar Manor through the following actions: door knocking, texting, and calling residents. The directive the mayor sent to our neighbors was very clear. In the mayor's own words, don't sign the petition. In the absence of a functioning ethics committee, we are left to feel this may be evidence of interfering, tampering of the democratic process, which is held dearly by many residents. I'm at 3 minutes, so I will pass it over. Start right there.
Yes. Yes. So I'll go back again where it says, in the absence of a functioning ethics.
Sorry,
committee."
can you please give your name and where
Yes.
you live?
Excuse me, my name is Deborah Williams. I'm on the 4200 block of Newark Road. Thank you, Ms. Mayor. Yes, so in the directive the mayor sent to our neighbors was very clear, and in the mayor's own words, don't sign the petition. In the absence of a functioning ethics committee, we are left to feel this may be evidence of interfering / tampering of the democratic process, which is held dearly by many residents. The mayor also took advantage of her position and requested individuals who had already signed the petition to remove their names from the list via text and phone communication. In summary, this is and was not a referendum on the expansion of voting privileges to non-documented residents of Colmar Manor. Rather, it was a referendum on the process of passing any amendment to the town's charter without qualified, registered voter input. We respectfully request the mayor and council scrutinize the instruments used to govern the town, as current circumstances may suggest the need to revisit the town's charter to bring up to date. We are unable to clarify the existence of an operable ethics committee, which we feel is a requirement of this corporation's charter. We should all be able to work together to identify a solution and not include the county review the proceedings that have been taken place, or excuse me, that have taken place. An anonymous writer stated, democracy is a slow process of stumbling to the right decision instead of going straight forward to the wrong one. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to say anything both here or on Zoom?
Julianne Bethay, 4206 Monroe Street. I want to summarize by saying that in view of the fact that we went to petition using the charter as our reference and guide, because we feel that the magnitude of expansion of voter rights to non-documented requires the input of the citizenry. As they said before, there was interference, which I believe may constitute a need to look into the county ethics committee to investigate behaviors that were demonstrated during the process. I just want to hand out a copy of it because it says, this is why the mayor of Colmar, I want to get you a heads up that there's a petition going around. Going around, we have resolutions that we passed out for special election. That's part of the charter. The charter says, don't like what has happened. You have 30 days, 20% of the vote to challenge it. We did submit, we have not heard a response. My concern is that this states that do not sign the petition. That is a directive which interferes with the democratic process. To say, think about it, one thing, but do not is another issue. Therefore, I am suggesting that this matter be investigated by the county ethics committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else?
Yeah, Kurt Plinke, 3304 40th Avenue. I didn't know about this petition until a few days ago. I'm not going to talk about that, but I would have signed, and it's unfortunate that there's some parallel when you were campaigning, Monica, and you told me, do not talk to me. That's not democratic, but my complaint is animals, cats. 3311, 3309, they're like, they multiply every year. I'm doing my garage, it's open, and they come in, they crap, they knock things over. I've been complaining about this for years. I sent a letter with a stamp to the animal control office. I talked to them on the phone, no response from the county, no response from Colmar Manor. And it's a minor issue, but the offenders, I believe, are rental properties. And if you look on the front porch, a lot of play toys, bicycles, in open view. And I think what the petition, what was talked about is people moving into town, not caring where they were living, not caring about the laws, and who knows where their quote vote would go. So I'm very concerned, about the democratic process and some minor nuisances that just don't seem to get resolved.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone here that would like to say anything either in person or on Zoom?
Can I just finish with an addendum?
Sorry, can you say your name again?
Sure, Julianne Bethay, 4206 Monroe Street. Two things. With the cat issue, there's a program in the county where they will come get a cat neuter cat, bring it back. So you can't continue on. The other thing is that during the process of not door knocking, we came across a lot of sympathizers who themselves were non-documented, who did not believe in the resolution that was passed. And they wanted someone to express their thoughts. Thanks.
Is there anyone else in person or on Zoom that would like to say anything? Okay, so I'd like to respond actually to what's been said and directed towards me. I'd like to read the text messages that I sent our community. I wanted to give you a heads up that there's a petition going around to have a resolution amendment we passed. And yes, it's true, we passed. Go to a special election. Please don't sign the petition. About 2 weeks ago, we passed a charter amendment to allow anyone who lives in Colmar Manor to vote in our town election. 3 voted in favor and 2 abstained. Abstention means that they didn't vote, and they also didn't vote no. This is a progressive movement happening around the US, akin to voter expansion. It has been happening in Tacoma Park for over 25 years. It's happening in Cheverly, Mount Rainier, and Hyattsville. To stall this even more, people want this to go to a special election where only registered voters would have the ability to vote on this. It's inequitable because it's the powerful voting on something that would affect the powerless, which, as you can imagine, never benefits the powerless. Historically, referendums disenfranchise marginalized communities even more, like Black voters, the LGBTQ community, to name some prime examples. This is a delay tactic and is inequitable. This is why I'm urging people not to sign. What also concerned me, and if you're listening and if you have signed the petition, is that people did not know what they were signing. And so when I approached people and asked them, ma'am, I didn't interrupt you. I apologize. Thank you. A lot of what you said was untrue, and I'm asking you to let me finish. I didn't interrupt you. Thank you. Thank you. When I approached people and asked them if they signed the petition, they said yes. They thought that they were signing something to allow them to vote. And so they were very confused. So when Ms. Bethay and Mr. Brooks talk about an ethics committee, and Ms. Williams as well, taking this to Prince George's County, I think that there are some issues when you're targeting people where English is not their first language and they don't understand what they're signing. That is very harmful. And so this is why people remove their names from the petition. When I explained what was happening, I didn't force them. I just asked them, would you consider removing your name? And they did, once they realized what was happening. Thank you for submitting this petition. Let me finish and then I'll let you speak.
No problem.
Thank you for submitting this petition. I always try to look at the bright side of things. And so what I hope the petitioners, who I don't know who they are, I know that Ms. Bethay and I know that Mr. Brooks went out. I don't know who else went out to collect signatures. I hope you had a chance to meet your community. This was a good opportunity for me as well, to go and talk to people who I hadn't talked to in a while. Azrae was one of them. So thank you for reminding me to go out and speak to people. And sorry, before we continue, I would like to request that we have a special meeting on this and a discussion on the 29th of November. So I will be holding a special meeting to discuss this petition. It will be with mayor and council. The public may listen in. We will not be accepting comments. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Ms. Dixon, Newark Road. I want to address first of all, I think this is unfortunate that this is where we are, that we can't communicate this issue, right? I think that this deserved a lot more communication. I believe that you believe you have had enough and you, within your power, you're saying go do. But there are others who believe differently as well, right? So I think that there should have been more communication before you passed it. To the matter of whether people believe they or did not understand what they were signing, we spoke to registered qualified voters only. There aren't any signatures that could make, and I was part of the petition. There aren't any signatures of individuals who were not explained what they were signing, right? These are individuals who are US citizens because they're qualified voters. So they had to pass an English understanding course to become a citizen if they were not American already, right? So that's unfair to insinuate that we got signatures from people who didn't understand what they were signing. I think they felt pressured, if I'm honest, because we did speak to them again, and they did feel pressured because they don't want, this is a cutting edge situation, and it's unfortunate. Mayor, you and I have talked on many occasions. I was looking forward to working with you on some issues.
We
but
only
some
spoke once or twice.
we've spoken more than once. You would agree.
Twice.
Is that matter semantics for some
No,
reason?
I don't want
Okay.
I don't want to make it seem like you and I have had long debates or discussions about this
We've-
because we have not.
And I don't want you to do that either, okay? If that's an issue for you, I'll stand corrected for the record. We've spoken twice. We've spoken about things to do in this town together. We've spoken about the fact that we may not agree on everything, but that we should still be able to work together.
Yeah.
Right, okay. What you went out and said to my neighbors about me,
What did I say?
yeah,
to
I'm
your
not
neighbors
I'm
about
not
me?
gonna do that. I'm not gonna do that. And we can talk afterwards if you would like, was not ethical. So that's where we thought, what is happening here? You did interfere with the process. You did by doing that. We had one out. We had one thing to do, one process. We were told we couldn't do certain processes. We couldn't use text. We couldn't use the marquee, but you took your power and you texted these individuals. If it's not town sanctioned, then why does she text in the form of I'm the mayor? That was not right. That was not democratic. That's all we're saying. And then you turn this in some ways. Now, what was misunderstood by people is what our purpose was. You never came to anyone to say, you knew of Mr. Brooks and you knew of Ms. Bethay. You sent them various text messages, but you didn't come to them to say, what are you asking for in the petition? Instead, you took the position that we were against people, the expansion of voting. You brought this resolution, and this was the only path that we had to say to you, listen to us, the charter is dirty. Let's look at the charter first. If we follow what the charter says, these individuals don't have an opportunity to vote for another 2 years for the next council meetings. Why couldn't you wait for that time period to pass? Why was there such an urgency? And when you went out and your behaviors came back the way it was, it caused me to look at what is the intentionality there? What is the intentionality? Why couldn't we have worked a measure that would have worked for everybody? And it was unfortunate. It seemed race baiting. There were comments that were said to us that really made me feel like I wanted to stop. It was ridiculous. We're a small town. It's never going to be bigger than 450 some houses. We don't have anywhere to expand. Colmar Manor is always going to be this size. It's never going to be the size of Cottage City or Chillum or any of the other municipalities that we try to look like. We're Colmar Manor. We have our own challenges. We have our own space. You've made statements about there not being as many rental residences as they are. In this walking, which we already knew because I've been here 25 years, I know that there are rentals. I know that there are massive amounts of rentals. We are concerned about the town's capacity to do this. And we're just simply saying, let's talk about how. You can't pass it and then say, we'll figure it out. That's what it feels like. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'd like to go ahead and reply to that because I don't think it's fair to assassinate my character, and people who know me know that I don't do those types. I'm not assassinating your character, ma'am. I'm not. I have every right to speak to people. There's nothing that says that I can't. I have every right to speak to people. I have people's contact information because I collected it when I campaigned and door knocked and did a lot of organizing before I even decided to run to be mayor. So I have their telephone numbers, I have their email addresses. These are people that I've texted. I've established a group for Spanish speakers in the community. This is not town equipment. It's not through, we have an SMS texting system called Juke. I didn't use that. I used numbers that I had in my phone. And I actually went and I door knocked and I spoke to people. People did not know what they were signing, period. I have video of Ms. Bethay going and door knocking. I think you might have been with her. I know what you all said. I don't think that there was necessarily, there was nothing that was like racial or negative in what you said. I'm not gonna attack you on that. However, when I spoke to people, I made very clear what was happening and made sure that they understood the full picture. I never attacked anyone. I never said anything negative about people. It's just not in my character. I just don't do that. Why would I put myself in that position? I wouldn't do that. Now, so what I've been doing actually is for the past 2 years, we've been working on this. It's not like it happened overnight. This is the first time that I've seen some people that they've been more active. For a long time, people weren't coming and publicly saying anything. So this wasn't just sprung on the town of Colmar Manor. It wasn't initiated by me. It was initiated by other residents. I took up the torch. What I also want to make clear, and what other people have said, is I was elected, and when I ran, I made no secret of what I was going to do. I was very clear. So I have a mandate and I'm working on that. I want to make sure that we have a community that has a voice in everything that happens here. I do not think it's fair that not everyone has a right to vote for their elected officials in this town when we have the opportunity to do it. We're not debating that. It's already happening in Maryland. I'm very surprised and saddened, very saddened at what's been happening here. I don't understand. And I do realize that there are racial tensions. I'm not stupid. We have a huge Black community. This was a very big Black community. It has shifted, the demographics have shifted. We have 50% Hispanic people that live here now, among other beautiful nationalities. We have to change with the times. So that's it for me.
Thank you. And I appreciate what you're saying. Ms. Dixon, Colmar Manor.
Ms. Dixon, I'm
Newark
gonna give
Road.
you one more minute.
Mhm,
I actually gave you 4 when you were up there.
That's fine. I will say to you, you do have the right to speak to anyone that you want to, but when you speak to those individuals under the auspices of Monica, Mayor of Colmar Manor, you are officially invoking business. You're not speaking to them as friends, and that's the difference.
I have a
You
right.
and-
I have a right to
you and-
speak to. I have a right to speak to citizens, regardless whether I'm
When-
mayor,
when
whether
you
I'm
do
Monica.
that, when you do that in that capacity and the manner that you were, you are interfering at that
I
point.
was not interfering.
Thank
ma'am.
you.
Thank you.
I just want to put this information out that correct your research. Out of the 50 states in the United States, there are only 3 states that have extension to non-registered. California, Maine, Maryland. Out of those 3, 14 jurisdictions have employed that use. 11 of them come from Maryland and the PG County. The other 2 from California, the other 1 from Maine. So the other 48 states have already passed laws stating they will not extend because they feel that the judicial matter of being a citizen, registered, 18 years old, fulfilling the residency of the place you live is the criteria for voting in the United States. I just want
Thank
to
you
make
very much for that information, and that highlights something very special for me. This is why I love the state of Maryland. We are a welcoming state. So thank you. I love living here. I never thought I would love living anywhere other than New York. I love living in Maryland. Anyone else want to say anything either in person or via Zoom?
This is Councilmember Bolzen, Ward 3. Just for the record, my abstention on this vote was for this very same reason. My abstention on this vote was because I had repeatedly in our meetings discussed that I thought that this should go before the citizenry. In the meeting with our former mayor last year, I mentioned that to you, and I mentioned it publicly. I believe that it would pass if it goes before the citizenry. And in several meetings, our mayor, you have said yourself that knocking on doors, you felt that it had overwhelming support. And yet the supporters also say it shouldn't go to referendum because it wouldn't pass. So I'm confused, because if it goes to referendum and it passes, then we could say overwhelmingly the citizenry of the town voted for this. That would be a mandate. That would be a mandate for the issue. So my abstention was not that I'm against non-citizen voting. My abstention was that I also felt that this process should go before the citizenry of Colmar Manor. And I now actually believe, upon review of our charter, that our charter should be changed so that 4 votes are not expected just for budget transfers, but that 4 votes are expected for charter amendments. Because in our meeting, the mayor of College Park explained that the reason it did not pass in College Park is that their charter requires a supermajority for charter amendments. And I think that this coming year, as we review our charter, we should consider that going forward, because a change to the founding document of your town is just as serious to me as the change to the Constitution of the United States. The other thing I would like to say is that it is a false comparison to bring up the LGBTQ experience with this. LGBTQ persons exist that are documented and that are non-documented. LGBTQ persons can vote. They may have been disenfranchised by someone somewhere, but not to the degree that we're talking about with non-citizen votings. It's not an apt comparison. And I'm beginning to take personal offense, because when this is brought up, eyes look at me. I stand with the LGBT community, whether they are documented or undocumented. And I stand in support of the non-documented citizens, residents of this town and any town, that they not be mistreated, that they not be treated as secondary citizens, that they not be abused, that they have equal rights, that they are provided with all the same city services that any other resident of the town. I remain unconvinced on the question of voting. I am still in a jelly world on that. So I don't want my abstention represented as anything other than what it was. I don't feel I'm ready to make the decision, and I don't feel that the town has been taken through a chance to be educated. I believe that the stated process by the supporting group for this has been all along, they felt that the council should make the decision. The mayor of College Park said something very similar to what you said today. I have faith in the citizenry and the residents of Colmar Manor. I believe if it went to referendum, I believe it would pass. I believe it sincerely. And I think that we should do it, because then we could say this was not done by a majority of the council, and not even a supermajority, but was done by the voting residents of the town. And I believe just the voting residents will pass this. I don't think it even requires, but we could do a voting account where we had non-residents voting on a separate list if that was desired by the town. And then we would know the true will of the town. Right now, I think it does feel pushed. All of the efforts that have been taken to educate have been to educate the council, by and large. And I think that the most important thing is to educate the residents. Even the council member and the mayor of Cheverly mentioned the word education and educating the citizenry. So I just wanted to put that out there and say that was the reason for my vote. And I would stand behind this going to the citizenry. We've already passed it, but I'm fully in support of this being voted on by the town's residents. So that's my statement. Thank you.
Thank you. So I want to respond to that. I don't want you to feel offended when I say LGBTQ, because famously, when we came to same-sex marriage and went to referendum, it did not pass. Is that correct? Is that true?
I don't have that documentation in front of me.
Okay, so if someone is on Google, please Google it. When same-sex marriage came to referendum, it did not pass. It's an inequitable system to have everyone here vote on something for people who have no rights presently to vote. It's not equitable. It is also the democratic process, to be honest with you, when we talk about electing officials, electing your representatives to do what needs to be done for the town. That's how we elect presidents. That's how we elected Westmore. So this is how it's done. It's in the charter for a reason. I didn't come up with this, it was there. So an example that I used earlier today is if this town was majority, let's say white, if it was majority white and African Americans did not have the opportunity to vote, if we passed this through referendum, would it pass? I'm not sure that I can answer that, but I can tell you I have a suspicion that it would not, because it's an inequitable process. So yes, I was elected. I was elected. I ran against an incumbent mayor and 2 council people. I was an unknown. However, I had been doing a lot in the community. And again, I made no secret about what I was doing. And we educated and provided information, not just to the town council at all. We promoted this. People had the opportunity to come, to learn, and honestly, to educate themselves. We can give you education, but you can also educate yourself. So I just wanted to bring those points across too. Any other comments? Can we bring this to the next agenda item? Mr. Brooks?
So I just wanted to speak to the women's and minorities being able to vote. So August 18, 1920, the 19th Amendment of the Constitution was finally ratified, enfranchising all American women and declaring the first time they, like men, deserving all rights and responsibilities of citizenship. Minority vote, so 14th Amendment of the Constitution ratified in 1868, granted citizenship to all persons born or naturalized in the United States. 15th Amendment, which sought to protect those voting rights of Black men after the Civil War, was adopted by the Constitution by 1870. 1965 Voting Rights Act was to remove legal barriers outlawed at the state and local levels. So these amendments to our Constitution were for citizens. So I just want to make sure that we understand that difference. And when we say LGBTQ also benefited from, and we can say legalizing marriage, but marriage and voting are 2 separate things. They're 2 separate things. We're talking about voting, so let's stay to the topic and talk about voting. So I just want to give those points. And that's
We're talking about social justice and rights. Mr. Brooks, we're done. What I would like to say is that I know that this is a contentious discussion. I would like to ask for grace. Some people, when I see them, are rude to me. And there's no need to be rude because we are neighbors. And at the end of the day, I think we really do need to love each other. And I am looking forward to moving our town forward and to uniting our community. I think at the end of the day, that's my goal. And I'm hoping that people will work with me to unite the community. I think it's possible. Lately, I've felt like I need more help. I do, I need more help. We have all of these amazing events. You'll usually see me at each and every one of them. If you would like to talk to me more about this, please reach out to me. I have an open door. If you have signed this petition and you didn't necessarily understand what you were signing, please make sure to reach out to me. I'm not interfering, but you can definitely learn more about what it is that was signed. But let's get together and just push the community forward. I don't like, I believe conflict is good, but I think there has to be progress coming out of it. I don't want people to think that this was rushed because by any means it was not. It's been going on for years. And this is why I ran specifically. So I just wanted to thank everyone that's been supportive. I want to thank everyone that's taking the time to get more informed. And I look forward to having more conversations on this. And as I mentioned before, we'll have a special meeting about this on the 29th of November. Thank you. All right, so let's go on to the next agenda item.
We have a raised hand, Mayor.
Oh,
Hi, yes, thank you. Mayor, I want to say that I do agree with us being able to all come together. I just think that there's definitely a lack of communication and a lack of information. And I think that that is what is causing the majority of the misunderstandings that's going on here. And even with you saying, you said you're gonna hold a special meeting to discuss the petition, but then you say that you're not gonna accept commentary. So how are we gonna be able to come to an understanding if we can't comment on what's being stated? We're still not being educated on this topic. And I think that that's one of the, it's a lot of gray areas. Like, this is not a black and white situation. And it's a lot of things that's not being understood. And I feel like that's where the problem lies. And I hear what you're saying as far as moving forward. I think that there's a lot of things that need to be progressive with multiple different, not just Hispanics, not just Blacks, not just whites. There's a lot of different things that need to be more progressive. But I think when people are asking for understanding and for clarity, that's where one of the issues comes to. You can't explain in depth what non-citizen voting entails. And that's one of the larger issues here. So I think, having a meeting is good, but once again, if no commentary is allowed, then how is that in itself progressive?
Thank you, Ms. Williams.
Thank you.
So just in regards to the education piece, again, we've invited previous mayors of different towns, current mayors, council members to come and talk to the town and to our council. I can provide it. I can't force you to come out. Same way I can't force you to take your name off of a petition. Can't force you to do anything, but the information was there. You can also Google and find out more for yourself. We've tried to educate the town on numerous occasions. It wasn't until this actually passed that I started seeing people. For the most part, I kept on hearing, this person doesn't want it. This person doesn't want it. They never showed their face. Now they're beginning to come to meetings and talk about this, which I appreciate. I think that's a good thing. But to say that we haven't provided information is not true. We have. One of the reasons why I ran is because I asked Councilmember Bowles, did you ever follow up with that council member or that mayor from the town to get more informed about non-citizen voting? His answer was no. That really upset me. And that's what made me decide I need to run, because this is never going to move forward. And it's been years. It didn't happen overnight. And I think, again, that's just us listening to and seeing what's been going on in our town and becoming more involved. So I'm looking forward to moving forward. In regards to the meeting, the special meeting, we have to meet. We've been given a petition. So we as mayor and council need to sit down and look at this petition along with legal counsel. It's not that I don't want public input, but we need to do the work and we need to look at this petition. So that's what the special meeting is for. Obviously, you'll get educated because you'll listen in and you'll hear what people are going to be saying. But it's not a place to have public comment. You can always provide public comment. It's not just a one-night thing, or it's not just a public meeting thing. You can always email the town. I receive emails and text messages and phone calls all the time. When we were educating people on non-citizen voting, I was urging people, it's on flyers. If you have questions, if you have feedback, email the town. So the opportunities have always been there and they will remain to be there. I think what we need to do is do a little homework, educate ourselves, and then come out to events, meet your neighbor, understand why this is important to them, understand why they're voiceless. When I saw that the petition started, I was happy because I thought, this is great. They're finally going to get to go out and actually see the town of Colmar Manor. I've knocked on all these doors at least 3 times. So I was excited at the opportunity for the petitioners to do the same. And that's just again to say how beautiful I believe our town is. And I really do believe that we can move forward and we can be progressive. A lot of towns, surrounding towns are asking, why is it such an issue in Colmar Manor? And I can't explain it. But what I'm trying to do is make sure that people meet and talk and understand where everyone is coming from. So that's it. Okay, so I would now like to talk or hand it over to our committees and community. So is there anyone from the Green team that would like to say anything?
Yes. I have received a report from the Green team that I would like to read to you. Excuse me. So Green team update, next meeting is November 21st, a repeat orientation at 6:40 p.m. The main meeting is at 7 p.m. The agenda is the following. Number 1, updating a 3-year plan of action. Number 2, consider changing the team name to either quality of life team, wellness team, livability team, sustainability team, or another name that represents holistic wellness of the environment, human health, and personal economics, present and future. We encourage everyone interested in improving the quality of life in Colmar Manor to attend. End of the report. Thank you.
Thank you. Recreation Committee, is there anyone that would like to speak on that? Okay, I'm a member of the Rec Committee. I just want to again give a huge thank you to Miss Vivian and Miss Dorita and to Amelia and to Foundation of Greatness. Without them, we wouldn't have the wonderful events that we have. But this is also again a request. We need volunteers. So if you are able to go and door knock, then I feel like you're able to go and join the Rec Committee, or you're able to join the Neighborhood Watch, or you're able to join the Garden Club, or you're able to join the Green Team. So please make sure to join any of our wonderful committees. But thank you again to the Rec Committee for all of the great work that you do. Garden Club?
I have a report, Mayor, from Doretha Epps. She just says, good evening, no meeting on November 19th. December, we will put the plots to bed for the winter. If you want to keep your plot, please email Doretha Epps at Colmar Manor Community Garden, all one word, no spaces, Colmar Manor Community Garden at gmail.com. They will be selling poinsettias on December 10th, 2022. They don't give me a time and say volunteers are needed.
Thank you. Neighborhood Watch?
Ms. Blue just texted, she has no report. Chief, do you have anything?
Hispanic Outreach Committee, I don't think that there's anyone on. Okay. Foundation of Greatness, I don't think Foundation of Greatness is here. I'll make sure that they provide something in writing that we can then share on our website and through social media. The mayor's report is next. So just a quick report. I had failed to mention this at the beginning of the meeting. If you're not aware, there was some anti-Semitic spray painting done in Montgomery County, our neighbor county. I want to declare that hate of any kind towards any religious group or racial group is unacceptable, and I stand with our Jewish friends and neighbors. Know that you have our support, and I denounce everything that is going on, and I hope never to see that in our community. So that's one thing that I just wanted to make sure people were aware of. The other thing that I wanted to bring up is I've received a lot of calls in regards to dogs being unleashed and running around. That is very dangerous. I would like to request any pet owners follow proper rules when it comes to pet ownership. Please have your pets leashed. In the next coming months, I plan to have some type of a strategy where our meetings will actually be focused on certain themes. They can focus on pet issues in our town, the hall rentals, parking on the streets. So these are issues that we need to address and we will address. But in the meantime, please make sure that your dogs are leashed. And if you're interested in having an event or something, I'm planning on reaching out to the county to see if we can bring a workshop in regards to pets to the town. The other issue that people have made me aware of is parking. Parking seems to be an issue. We have a lot of trucks that park in our town of people that don't live here. People are asking about the parking stickers. That's something that we are also planning on revisiting. At least I'm hoping to bring this to the council and have the council work on this in the coming year. It is a very big issue. Finally, I know that speeding is a huge issue as well. I was made aware that a dog was run over and killed. I'm not sure if it was speeding, but speeding is an issue in our town and we will be addressing this. But I want to urge everyone, if you see something, call the town hall, call the police. You're free to text me, to message me, but I think we need to hear you here at the town hall. So make sure that you call the town hall. I also want to thank Delegate Fennell for giving out food for Thanksgiving. She did that, I think, last week at the North Brentwood Community Center. So thank you for that. And I think that's it for my report. The next item, approval of minutes. We don't have any minutes to approve. I will now invite the council to go ahead and give their reports.
Councilmember Harding, Ward 1. I don't have much of a report today, as much as I have a message. And it feels very, fitting for right now. Really, I just really ask everyone from Zoom to here in person, lead with love right now inside of the holiday season. And I've had the misfortune to see a lot of people go through a lot of struggles. And to see it here and just see us argue, it's kind of disheartening. So yeah, I leave it to you guys. Lead with love, man. Lead with love. It's hard out here.
Next council member.
Thank you. Yes, to echo Councilmember Harding, there's a lot of things right now happening in the world that we are a lot of specifically division, about polarization. So yes, in the name of the holidays, just try to share your love with other people, volunteer, like Mayor Cassanias said. Just be nice, just be nicer, because it's a really difficult world we live in right now. Just wanted to address my residents' comment regarding cats. Thank you so much for raising that issue regarding populations of cats. I know exactly of the residences, and I have seen personally those cats. They're young cats that are just living outside of the homes, and as much as we maybe it's a humane thing to do, to provide maybe shelter and food for other living beings, but we need to make sure they don't procreate and they're spayed and neutered. And I will take this question under control and contact the county and see if we can trap and neuter and release. That's the program, that's the TNI program, that we can at least stop the proliferation of these cats. But yes, other than that, I'm just wishing everyone a wonderful Thanksgiving time. And again, share love and humility to each other. Thank you.
No significant report at this time. Just happy holidays, everyone, and looking forward to seeing you during the holidays. Take care of each other. Thank you.
Thank you. So now we'll go on to staff reports.
I guess I'll start that off with the treasurer's report. This is the report for the first 4 months of the current fiscal year through October 2022. There's copies of the reports on the table if any of the residents would like to follow along. I'll give a brief overview of the revenue and expenditures for the 4-month time period. For revenues, we've got total revenues of $1,404,000. The two major areas of revenue that we received are from real property taxes in the amount of $643,000 and funding from the American Rescue Plan in the amount of $656,000. That makes up the majority of the revenue. Under the expenditure side, we had total general government expenditures of $83,573, payroll taxes and benefits of $47,171, senior van operation costs of $13,972, code enforcement costs of $10,092, public works expenditures of $75,658, community center town hall expenditures of $76,000, public safety of $107,000, community center operations of $8,800, and the expenditure of American Rescue Plan funds of $106,936. Total expenditures for the 4-month period is $530,528, which is $874,000 more than the revenue that I had just gone over briefly. That's a quick summary of the report. Obviously, it's a lot more detailed. If anyone has any questions on it, I'll try to answer those at this time. If not, I'd ask the commission to accept the report as written, and I do have one other item to comment on.
Councilmember Hobbs.
I'll make a motion to accept the treasurer's report.
Councilmember Hobbs seconded.
Ward 1,
Aye.
Ward 2,
Aye.
Ward 3,
Aye.
Ward 4 is absent. Mayor will tire.
All right, one other item I had, as the clerk treasurer for the town, I did receive a petition for the charter resolution R1 2023 for the supplemental voter registration. I received this via email as well as regular mail. At this point, I'd like to turn it over to the town administrator of the town. It becomes a administrative action at this point for comment and response to that. So want to officially turn that over, and it is now in the council's hands for action. That's all I have for my report.
Thank you. Public safety?
Good evening, everyone. For the police report for October of 2022, there are copies on the desk over there, and it is on the website as well and remain on the website. I'm just going to go through it kind of quickly. We had 130 calls for service or police initiated incidents in the town for the month. That's a little higher than usual, and that can mostly be attributed to an increase in traffic stops, which I'll talk about a little bit more. In the type of calls, I just thought it was interesting that there's 2 for text requests for emergency services. You can text 911, but they ask that it is an emergency. When you do that, it's for the other side of that, it's just difficult to do a text conversation. It's much more efficient to do it by telephone. But if you have to use text, please go ahead and do that. In this case, there's 2 of them, and it was not an emergency in either one. Going over the reports for the month, I'll just touch upon a few of them. There's probably twice as many as normal on here, and most of them are out of traffic stops. Oftentimes, they make a traffic stop for, say, running a stop sign, but then there's tags are suspended with pickup orders, and that turns into an impound. So that's a lot of that information is on here. There's a call for an armed person at the laundromat at the shopping center on the 2nd. It turned out to be the caller said that the person had a gun in their waistband. It turned out to be a pellet gun. For everyone's safety, the pellet gun was confiscated. There were no charges on that. There was a stolen vehicle on the 3rd in the 3900 block of Lawrence Street. As far as I know, that vehicle has not been recovered, and that was about 2:30 in the morning that occurred. We had a robbery at the DMV convenience store on Bladensburg Road on the 6th. It was an armed robbery. There was no injuries, and as part of the package, there's a wanted poster that there's some video and some photos of the suspects. If you recognize anybody, please call. We had vandalism at the American Legion. There was spray paint on the wall. Seems to be, I won't say gang related, but that's what it seemed to be. And we had a second stolen vehicle. It's really unusual for us to have a stolen vehicle in the town, but we had 2 last month. The second was in the 3900 block of Newton Street. Occurred in the middle of the night on the 22nd. That has since been recovered unoccupied in Washington, D.C. Last year, we had several stolen vehicles. 5 comes to mind, and in each of those, keys were involved. And these 2 keys were not involved. So if you see any suspicious activity in the middle of the night, please call 911. And finally, we did have in the 4300 block of Monroe Street, an out-of-state relative asked us to check on a family member who had not been heard from in a couple of days, and that person was found deceased in the residence, and that was determined to be natural causes. We had 2 traffic accidents during the month, no serious injury. I've lost track. We mentioned the animal complaints. We have had an increased number of loose animals. One was picked up by animal control and taken away. And the owner can get those back. And we've sent a couple warning letters to some residents. I participated along with a number of police agencies around the county with the state's attorneys, Purple Bike Ride. We chose, myself and Cottage City, we chose to do the 10-miler, and that all went well. We made it back. And I'm here, so it went well. We assisted with the Spooktacular Halloween, which the mayor mentioned earlier. This year, the children in costume met at the Monroe Park, and we had a parade up to Town Hall with the assistance of our police officers and the fire department. Everyone got here safely, and they had a party downstairs and upstairs and in the hallway and out front, but all went well. We introduced Officer Odin last month. He's now with us. Hopefully you've seen him around. That's one of the reasons for the increase in the traffic stops. He's very traffic oriented. There's a code enforcement report attached. Most of this is weed notices and things, and most of these have been resolved. There's a couple lingering on there. One that has lingered for a couple months is in the 3400 block of 41st. There's a vacant residence that we've had lots of issues with overgrowth and trash. That was abated over the weekend by an outside company. That will be charged to the owner. If they don't pay, it'll be a tax lien on the resident, so the town will receive reimbursement for that. There is ongoing problems with that residence, but we're still working on that. And that's my report.
Thank you, Chief. And I'm sorry, I have not thanked you for a couple of things. So I just want to say thank you so much for your support always with all of our town events. I also wanted to thank you for being here on Election Day, and just all the work that you and your officers do. Thank you very much. And then also, like, I'm just super excited talking about Election Day that we have our first African-American governor in the state of Maryland. So I just think that, again, that's another reason why I love Maryland. Okay, so now the town administrator report.
Thank you. A quick update for the council regarding our November 5th work session. Get some feedback. Is it you? The council authorized the hiring of legal counsel to review the Red Speed contract. We contacted attorney Kevin Best, who represents Cottage City, who works with Red Speed on their behalf. And he has agreed to and has been retained to look over that contract. The council also requested designs for programs to administer our ARPA funds for resident assistance and nonprofit grant funding, and those are before you tonight to review. Is there so much feedback? It's the closer I get, the worse it got. Sorry, everyone. I don't know why it's freaking so bad. But those are before you. If there's any changes tonight, I can take back to Mr. Himmler to review and adjust when we get to that point. Some general updates. Mayor Casañas and I met with Artworks Now to discuss potential projects with the town. We've had preliminary discussion regarding the restoration of the Port Towns Youth Council mural with a couple groups. I put together a draft document retention policy. This has been tabled for now until the new attorney, town attorney, can come on and assist us in reviewing that policy. But I expect it hopefully in December to present to you all for review. In the process of researching and I'm in the process of researching and reviewing flood mitigation assistance grants and other technical assistance through the federal government and their technical assistance program. A couple weeks ago, I attended the Legit conference for trainings, especially on their Public Information Act as part of the academy. Sorry, went blank there for a second. And this Friday, I'll be attending the governor's annual grant conference. So hopefully I'll be bringing back some more information on that. Yes, and Wednesday, Senator Augustine's meeting in Annapolis that he's hosting on legislative activity in the coming year. AdTech Engineering is doing the permeable pavement project. They've given me the topographic survey for the project at 43rd and Newark. The design process is now in its phase, which is timely because there is the grant process coming up through the Maryland for the actual work to be done to install that. So hopefully I can get a cost estimate in time for that deadline of December 3rd. In the upcoming work session, we'll be discussing the traffic study quotes. I'm waiting for one more out of the three. So I've had two out of the three and some really good discussions with them. But I believe in our December work session, we'll definitely have some solutions to look at for that. And then just as a note that the ethics ordinance, as you had noted, that had been tabled in our last meeting, still top of mind. It's kind of been tabled until we have a town attorney that can assist us with that. So that is my report.
Thank you, Mr. Holcomb. Just want to say thank you to the people that were on the website redesign committee. Thank you for joining. And again, as I've mentioned, any help that you can provide us with any of these activities is greatly appreciated. So we've had a couple of people who helped us through that. What do we, so my question to you is, with these two proposals, do we vote on these tonight? So sorry? On the next one. Okay, good. Just wanted to double check. All right, good. I'm a little excited about it. Okay, so number 12, resident public comments. Anyone who hasn't had the chance or who's joining us, if they'd like to come up and say something. Thank you. Make sure to give your name and where you live.
Name is Natalie Palma, live on the 43rd block of Monroe Street. To bring up a couple of concerns on Monroe Street and throughout the town in general. One is again, and this was addressed earlier in the night, is the increased amounts of speeding happening throughout the streets. The incident that happened with the dog in question was on our block of Monroe Street. And just for many years at this point, just increased speeding throughout the town. Doesn't matter what vehicle, it's not always the same vehicle, multiple vehicles, people that, and I've lived here my entire life, people that I've never seen throughout the town. And just expressing the concerns of the lack of traffic control throughout the town, which I'm now hearing that the traffic control study is moving along, I suppose, but just making that a more urgent matter, given that we do not want to come on the day where it is a child or an elder that gets hit. Which prefaces the next issue is the street lighting throughout the town. Coupled with the increases in speeding, there is also numerous locations throughout the town, especially on the block of 43rd, that are not adequately lit. And in the instances of where there is street lighting, it has not been adequate, has not been kept up. Everything's very muddled in terms of lighting there. And just bringing up that combination alone can lead to some very disastrous results if given the chance to proliferate. So expressing that concern, asking what are we going to do as a town, maybe more explanations on this traffic control, some ideas on how to better street lighting, increase it, better the maintenance of it. And is it right? Okay. Those are just the two main issues we're seeing. Also, in terms of, again, rental control with the parking issue, as many residents, and maybe we're gonna really start going through email correspondences with this, is there are too many people parking in the town that do not belong to the town. Readdressing the parking stickers, or however we wish to control the amount of parking in town, it seems inevitably ridiculous that someone that pays taxes, owns a home, rents a home, can't find parking in their own town, has to park 2 streets over to get to their home. So really bringing up, how are we going to readdress this, as the sticker implementation was supposed to address that the first time around. So getting back on that wagon of how we're going to fix that issue, given that, as said before, as our previous residents, we're not going to expand. We're not going to get bigger. The amount of units here, the amounts of units here, and really looking at how we're going to control rental properties, people that are renting in places that shouldn't be renting, the amount of cars that come into our town, and the maintenance that has to be upkept due to the increased amount of vehicles in the town, such as the already existing traffic control measures that are in disrepair, that also we believe need to be added, which again may be addressed in that traffic control study. And that's it. That's all done.
So Miss Natalie, so I want to say thank you for coming tonight. So whenever I get a text message or a call from anyone that has an issue, I ask them, I don't force them, I ask them, please come to the town meeting, because it's one thing when I say it, it's another when residents come and say it. So thank you for coming, and don't stop coming. We do need to address this, and we will address it. Anyone have any other comment? Council?
It's about a different topic. Keith Brooks, Ward 3. So there is a neighbor off of Newark right behind the IHOP, and she had mentioned that the trash bin that they use is filled to the brim, and I saw it tonight, and when the wind blows, it blows the trash into her yard. So who should I tell her to get in contact with to work with the business to resolve that? Chief?
I was gonna say, I can contact the property owner.
So
It's as simple as that, yeah.
I'll say, I'll tell her to get
Well,
with you.
hopefully it's as simple as that.
Hey, as long as we have some action, I think that's the key thing. And then,
Mr. Brooks, sorry to interrupt. That's been a repeated problem. Yeah, and that's, the property is owned by Mr. Lust, managed by his management company. So we've reached out to them before. So feel free to, I mean, that's in Malik's ward, so you can write Malik, or you can write me, or you can write the mayor. Any of us can reach out to Mr. Lusk, and I know Chief has a good close relationship as well. That entire property is Lusk from the entrance of town all the way over to 40th Avenue.
So actually, if you could report that to us, to the town hall, so we can have a record of it.
Okay.
Not that you're not a record, but this way it doesn't have to go.
No, I'm just giving as many avenues
Yeah.
as possible.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, yeah, I can inform her to do that. And her second question was about the ARPA funds. So I'm seeing the line item. So fire department donation spent 25,000, original budget was 3,000. Like, where could she go to see the minutes on what was discussed to approve certain, I guess, expenditures?
So I think it depends on what the item is, only because for instance, it was only last council meeting, we discussed the fire department donation specifically, or two meetings ago, maybe, yeah, but there was various meetings where the iteration where that changed, and there was a little bit of confusion there, specifically on that item, because it was originally budgeted at 3,000. They had discussions later on, prior to my even coming on, that changed it to 25. But when they made the appropriation for it, it actually changed it to 28. So that's why it went back down to 25. That was made, I think, in the last meeting. I believe they took that one specifically back down to adjust it.
So just at a high level, I should just tell her to look at the minutes. Is that?
Well, so the minutes are a little bit behind. They have been for quite some time now, but we're catching up on them. But if there is a specific question on any of those items, yeah, this isn't, so this is in the packet, my administrator notes for tonight, online, the packet that's online that can be downloaded. And it gives it's a real kind of high level, just quick, for instance, if someone was hired, if the senior van and the code enforcement software was purchased, it kind of tells you where we're at in the process.
Okay.
And so that might help guide some of the questioning depending on what it is.
Okay, yeah, hers was specific to ARPA, so yeah.
Yeah, but I mean specific to one of the line items. But yeah, and if she has any questions, then feel free to just give her a call or have her call me. I mean,
okay.
And I can see what I can find out for her and dig through the notes we have from the minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other comments? People online, anyone else?
Hello? Hello?
Yep, go ahead, Ms. Lee.
Okay, hi. This is Walicia Lee, 43rd Avenue. So I tried to get in, speak earlier. Not sure what happened, but got a couple of questions as it pertains to the voting. So one, if the list for the voters is not correct, how do we use those lists as it pertains to making decisions? That's one. Two, I lost my train of thought. I had it earlier. But I want to make this comment. Because I do believe in having peaceful discussions. And you and I had this conversation. I do not believe individuals, as we are residents and constituents, we should not, when people voice a issue or a concern, should not feel though that they are being bombarded with in such a way that it turns into a debate. Now, I would speak and take the two councils that indicated we should try to express love. However, one of those council people that stated that was one that tried to put me on the spot at the last meeting when I voiced a statement. So if we are going to do anything, there has to be a way that we do it in a matter of respect and a matter of integrity. Now, lastly, as it pertains to, I wanted to agree with, I think that we need to keep the point to the point and deal with the issues and not bring in different issues as far as the LBGT, as far as African Americans, because that has nothing to do with what is being addressed. And so that's what I wanted to say. And I hope moving forward that we can come to a place that when we make comments, that we're not cut down or spoken to in a manner of condescending, being from that perspective. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lee. In regards to the voting list or the voter list, I'm not 100% sure if the petitioners received a different list. The one that was requested from Town Hall was a list from February of this year, which was the mayor's and council election, and that was the list used to certify the petitions from that election. The town actually doesn't control the voter list. It does not actually harbor that information. That is all from the county and then through the state, but the county is the one that administers all voter lists. So if there's inaccuracies, that's something that happens. You'll hear often when a major election comes up and you'll hear on the news that there's a purge of 100,000 voters from a list. That's when they're correcting those lists. It's a scheduled thing that happens. So what often can happen is just that people move, they don't register somewhere else. And if they don't register somewhere else, that other Board of Elections doesn't notify the Board of Elections in this county to remove them. That's often something that happens. And there's a whole bunch of different ways that can happen, but the lists aren't perfect, but it's the county's list.
And Miss Lee, I just want to say thank you because you and I have spoken for hours. Like literally, we spoke for 2 hours on the phone right after the meeting that you came to. And I do think that we need to be civil with each other. I have tried to open this up, but we have 2 opportunities for people to give comment because I do value what residents have to say. And I know that sometimes people get home late. So I want to offer up opportunities for people to speak. I do not believe in yelling when someone is speaking. I have been trying to keep us to like a 3-minute talking time. That's why you hear my phone go off, but I often will let it go further. I often let people come up and talk more than once. they come up 3, 4, 5 times. But I also am respectful of everyone's time, and I don't want this meeting to go into, 12, 1 in the morning. When it comes to social justice issues, when I talk about the LGBTQ community, when I talk about religion, when I talk about Black issues, these are issues that are these are issues that I've worked on and continue to work on. I've been working on them for the past 15 years as a community organizer. So I do see the thread of equity and how these issues play out in our community. So I do think there's something to be learned from everything that happens when it comes to how it affects different people, their different religions, all of that. I do find that there is benefit in learning from history and from experience. But I do appreciate you coming and saying things and being involved. And as I've mentioned before, my door is always open. I always invite people, let's go have a cup of coffee. I know that someone had mentioned, why didn't I talk with Miss Bethane with Mr. Brooks? We've talked here in a public forum. Not everyone is as friendly to me, and that's okay. I respect that maybe they don't want to be approached. But I will say that I am always open to talking to people, always. So I hope, as I mentioned before, that we can unite as a community and move forward. I mean, look, we're having Ethiopian coffee. We have an Ethiopian community here. We have a big LGBTQ community. We have a huge Filipino community. We have a huge Hispanic community. We celebrated Paul Bogle. I mean, this is an amazing community. Thank you. And it's to be celebrated and united. Think of all the things that we can do, all the things that we will do and that the town will become. So I appreciate you saying all that.
I appreciate you speaking, Ms. Lee. And I can take the time to say that I can be wrong. And I was wrong for our interaction. And I apologize to you publicly because I was able to talk to you like that publicly. And I hope that you're able to take my apology.
For sure. Apology is accepted. Thank you.
Ms. Lee, I'm going to give you a minute.
No, I don't need a minute. I said apology is accepted. I wanted to acknowledge in respect, if someone apologized, you should accept the apology.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay. So now we're up to item 14, old business, ARPA. So I'll go ahead and turn it over to Mr. Holcomb.
So as I noted earlier, a little while ago, the town administrator notes, I have a listing in here of where we're at with all the ARPA projects. Just some highlights, I mean, just to kind of keep this moving. The big highlights of what has not been moved forward, I think is kind of the more important thing right now, is that the stormwater management has been undetermined. We're still working on strategizing of how we can work with others on developing a plan for that. The sidewalk and street repairs, we've had and I should have mentioned this in my report earlier, we contracted with the DIR construction. They did do a survey of the town, physically walk the roads and the sidewalks to take an assessment. They are preparing that report for us, so I hope to have it by our next work session so we can move on to the next phase of the street and sidewalk repairs. The dumpster program has been mildly put together in concept, but we have not initiated that. There's been some thought process of changing what the initial program was going to be. Community programs has still been undetermined. Right now, it's kind of some of the descriptions of what was in there for, whether it be fitness or physical activities, coaching, teaching, etc., needs to be hashed out still. And I think some of our committees, rec committees specifically, could probably play a good role in that. The tasers, we have a quote on. We have not spent the money on that yet, though. The community garden, I still need to meet with the garden club to get their requests in of what they're looking for to try to start pricing that out. The community Wi-Fi is still undetermined. I've done some basic research on that, and there's some grants coming through. Actually, one of the more recent federal spending bills that's going through the states, specifically targeting community broadband. And so there may be an opportunity through the state, but right now that proposal from each state is being reviewed. So we still have some time on that before we do anything. And then the other item that is still been, the quotes have been received, and we'll discuss this in a second here, the HVAC filters for the building. We've received the 2 quotes on those. The HVAC company does not recommend the UV light filters. And the alternative is a plasma filter that goes on the main unit, and it's an additional $5,000 above what's being, what was already budgeted for. So with that said, which part do we want to do here? Well, that was the update and analysis. Well, do you want me to go through, I guess, as part of the analysis, the financial side of it that was requested from the work session? Is
that would be great if I may, Mr. Holcomb.
Yeah.
On the stormwater management, I know she's left us now, but Ms. Jackie Goodall was instrumental in setting up the MOST program. So she's offered to be a consultant for us. So going back to her on stormwater management issues might be, it's just a suggestion from me. On the community garden, I think this conversation may have died, but we've been talking about it for a couple of years, and that is cisterns in the gardens. I think they were prohibitively expensive based on the budget that we had originally set aside.
I did have
some question. I'm sorry.
I was going to say, I did have a conversation with a couple of the members regarding that, and it was more of a, there's affordable options. It's more of the pump, I think they were looking for on it.
Yes.
And access to electricity, I believe it was.
And there was also research onto whether or not we had been given perpetual access to the land, because we were not able to penetrate the land if it remained under the ownership of Maryland Parks. So that clarity, I'm not sure where we are on that clarity, but I know Doretha and I had done some research in old minutes regarding the discussion that was had under Mayor Hale with regard to requesting basically perpetual or transition of ownership. I don't think the land was transitioned to us.
So the last I was told, and this was the gentleman that was here for the trail program, is that at one point, Maryland Park and Planning stopped transferring properties to save legal costs, but it created some headaches in the long run. But the last conversation I had with that gentleman is their legal department is still researching each of the little parcels. There are a lot of tiny parcels all over the place in town and elsewhere that they own and sometimes don't even know that they own. So
the final question or final point I wanted to bring up was on the HVAC filters. I recall I believe our work session, we talked about the concept of simply cleaning the pipes. And is there a cost comparison? Is it prohibitively expensive to clean the pipes as opposed to adding a filter or doing both? Or
I did not get that quote.
Mayor, were you the person that brought that up? I think someone brought up cleaning actually the vent pipes, which is a great thought as a part of this process of making sure the system is clear. Yeah, anyway, those are my questions. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. I almost feel like this. So now that we've been 2 years in the pandemic, I think that it's safe to say that we're not getting sick through the vents. So that's an item that I think we do need to reconsider. But I do agree with if Councilmember Hobbs mentioned this about cleaning the pipes out. That might be very costly though. So just as an FYI.
So just a quick overview of from the financial side. There have been savings along the way from the projects that we have been going through. One being there's probably a slight savings with the police vehicle, but we shouldn't touch that yet because there's still some payments involved in that. The premium pay was actually, there was a remaining $6,500 still available within that. However, some of that is payroll taxes that would be owed on that. But in talking with Mr. Baden, there's probably $2,000 to $3,000 still left in there that could be transferred to something else. The code enforcement software was budgeted for $6,000 and came in at $4,261. So there's a little over $1,700 there. The summer employment came in a little bit under, but this isn't necessarily one and done. But this is good for a few years. So we could still utilize that money from the summer employment for next summer. But there's about $1,200 left in that. The Brentwood Fire Department, originally, as I mentioned a little bit earlier, technically the budget amount was 28,000 and you all lowered that back down to 25,000. So there's 3,000 additional dollars there that is unencumbered, technically speaking. The street lights, we installed the 5 street lights. That is in the process right now. They're not technically installed yet, but they have been paid for. Pepco is on their work list, but there are 5 locations. That came in at $6,730 and $14,800 was budgeted. So there's $8,000 left over in that could either be utilized for that or moved on. The community programs has not been touched yet. And public works equipment has not been touched. There's $7,600 there. That's still a debate with public works staff over it's not enough. The equipment they need is a lot more expensive and it's not enough. And I keep telling them we need to find smaller equipment than to buy with sheds and update what we have. And so, yeah, those are the major savings that we've seen. So I guess the next item is the resident assistance program.
So the resident assistance program, I'm not sure if people have noticed, but Hyattsville put out a resident assistance program. Tacoma Park put one out. Mountain Rainier put one out. And so this is something that I have been pushing for. And I've had residents call me, tell me that they're struggling to pay their bills. So there is money that we've set aside. And I think now is the time to make these funds available to residents who are in need. We have residents who are in need right now. And so that's how this came to be. And I'll go ahead and turn it back over to Mr. Holcomb.
So the kind of the basic overview of what Mr. Himmler put together from other programs that he has worked on. Specifically, he outlines in the resident assistant program targeting mortgage, rental, and utility assistance is what he called it. That's what a lot of communities have done, is gone down that route. It would be up to $1,000 as we discussed in the work session. So it would be based on a need. So they would have to demonstrate some type of delinquency on a past due bill. They had situations in communities where people would just let their bill lapse in order to apply for the money. So it has to be a previous from application past due bill. It would target utility, rental, and mortgage assistance. Household income must meet the federal moderate to low income levels, which are outlined on their on the actual plan itself. And that's based on Prince George's County information. And then payments would be made to the individual or company the debt is actually owed to. So that was another situation that they've learned over time, is that sometimes checks would be written to the individual that had the delinquency, and then the payment wasn't used for the delinquency, it was used for another means. So a lot of communities, I should say, have moved towards, you know, if you owe Pepco, if you're delinquent on your Pepco bill, we would pay Pepco to help that alleviate that need. It would be limited to 1 per household. That was also another key factor. And I just from an administrative standpoint too. So the certification form is a self-certification form. It's a very simple couple check marks and sign off. Very few questions other than the absolute minimum we would need to actually fulfill the payment. The one piece that would be asked is a copy of the delinquent bill, and all that information would be verified through a second party, which is our ARPA administrator.
So how would this process play out? Residents would complete this, drop this off to the town hall. Then we submit this over to Mr. Himmler, and Mr. Himmler yays or nays each application.
Correct, until the money runs out.
So are we able to vote on accepting this tonight?
So yeah, you have a couple options. I guess the option would be you accept it as is. If you have any amendments that you would want to change to it, you could do that and still pass it. And then I would just have Mr. Himmler draw up a new document from there, but you wouldn't have to necessarily see it again.
In light of the multiple discussions about rental properties and all of this, how is household defined? So if there were 3 separate families living at an address and each of those families would qualify, can there be 3 different grants for the same address, or is household defined as a physical address?
My understanding of that would be that a household is not a specific address. However, it would have to be a legal rental.
So they would have to show a lease?
Yes, they would have to show,
I see.
they would have to show documentation that they live in town.
I just want to
in
make
that
sure
specific
if we
location.
have multiple families living in a
that's a
home,
very-
they shouldn't be left out of the opportunity
Yes.
because of a, yeah. you see-
However,
see-
if multiple families are living in the same home, but it's not been gone through with the process of registering with the
Then they
county and
have no
whatnot,
proof.
then it's 1 per address.
Understood. Okay, that's good clarity. Thank you. Please excuse me. I'm sorry.
So what's the next step? Do we need a council member to put a motion to accept this? Okay,
Sorry, maybe I just missed that question. Do you have to be delinquent on the rental payment at least? Is it the only condition, or are there any other conditions?
It would be on mortgage, rental, or utility.
Mhm. Yeah, I'm not, well, I was still always pay bill on time, whether I can or not. So, what if people are just really struggling, but they've been told and taught to pay their bills on time and due date, but they're really struggling? Can they still qualify?
No, as it's written, they would have to show a delinquency, a previous delinquency prior to the application.
Mhm. Yeah, it just for me, I'd have to be basically like the way I see it, like you have to be, yeah, you have to fall back and not pay in order to qualify. That's for me, you'd have to, for me, it would be like a personal violation. So, I mean, what if there are people who are paying bills again and they just really need the financial assistance? Can we find a possible avenue for them to qualify for the assistance without being delinquent?
I think that that's a good point. I think what we could do is we could say that we're giving priority to those who are, we're going to give priority to those who are delinquent, and then others who just need the money for other things. I think that's something that we can add to this. So I think that's a good point, and that's a great idea. I don't know how everyone else feels about this.
I would just add, if you did do something like that, I would put a deadline that if you are delinquent in need, that the priority would be given up to a date. And at the rate we're going, I would probably say it has to be towards the end of January or even February before we could help outside of that.
Sorry, what would we be requiring as proof of the need, since a bill or a lease or whatever would no longer be?
They would still have to show, they would still have to provide a document, a lease or something to show that they live in town. So that would be there. The need would be then just a general self-certification saying that you're in need. And it
So
would
like
just
an affidavit saying.
basically, yeah.
I see. Okay.
Mayor. I just want to, we just administered a program, one of the other municipalities that I work for, which is the city of District Heights. And the only thing we required there was a certification by the residents that they suffered hardship due to COVID-19 and was self-certified to that effect. We didn't require any documentation, to substantiate what their hardship was caused by. And we gave out $850,000 to 263 households. So, I think Mr. Himmler might have had some reservations as to why we would not do that here. He was the consultant for us in District Heights. Don't know what his reservations are here for that, or whether the council really wants to earmark it for people who have a need. But, I believe the self-certification qualifies under the ARPA funds for the eligible use of that, because the resident they did have to substantiate that they were low to moderate income residents. They didn't have to provide documentation for that, but they had to certify that they're low to moderate income. They had to certify that they were resident of the city and provide documentation for that, but everything else was self-certification. So I don't know how, it made it easy for us to administer because there wasn't a lot of substantiation for it other than you were a resident and they self-certified the need. So I don't know if that's an option to do here, which satisfies Councilmember Hobbs' question. And why, Tom is not recommending it here, I don't know.
Yeah, thank you.
I have a feeling that it's because we're not working with a huge amount of money. That's what I'm kind of feeling. But in the same scenario, there are towns that have put out these programs because, the towns do meet, we do discuss what we're doing with our ARPA funding. And there are some municipalities where maybe 20 people applied for the assistance. So I think it just depends on the town. But I do like what Councilmember Hobbs brought up, and I do like the self-certification.
Yes, agreed. Thank you so much for suggesting this, Mr. Baden. I think that's definitely answers to what I was suggesting, the possible avenue for other people to qualify without necessarily falling behind on their payments and struggling.
So are we looking for an amendment on the, what is this, resolution? Or is it what is this?
I like the two ideas that were brought up, which is giving priority to people who are suffering hardship on bills and give them up until a certain date to apply, which could be end of January, February. And then I do also like Councilmember Hobbs' suggestion of allowing anyone, even if they don't have a hardship through paying their bills or whatnot, to apply for the money, but they wouldn't get the priority. So that disbursement probably wouldn't come to them until January or February. And I think that we can vote on this and say, pending those two amendments, that we'll go ahead and start with this program, because I do feel like we need to start with this.
Okay, well, Councilmember Harden, I'll make the motion as stated, including the pending amendments.
Councilmember Hobbs seconded.
What's the deadline?
Oh, okay.
January 31st?
Yeah. Councilmember Harden, I make the motion as stated, including the amendments, and the deadline will be January 31st.
Councilmember Hobbs seconded.
Ward 1?
Aye.
Ward 2?
Aye.
Ward 3?
Aye.
Ward 4 is absent. Mayor votes aye. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm so excited to do this. I've been jealous of Hyattsville and Thigpen Park and Cottage City. They've had their programs. And finally, Colmar Manor can say that we have a program for our residents too. So thank you so much. These things excite me. Thank you. Yep, yep. Okay, so what's the next item?
Excuse me. Next item is the nonprofit grant program. This is the second set of funding to reach residents in the amount of, what is it, $45,000. The recommendation out of the work session was to set up up to $5,000 grants. And the basic, it's a very basic program. They must be a 501c3 nonprofit. They must request, submit a request documenting how the funds would benefit the town residents. And they would have to detail the program that's being offered. It can be done as in little as one page. It doesn't have to be an overly extensive process. And then we would advertise this to local nonprofits that we've worked with in the past and some that are working with us now. But then it would allow for others to still kind of get in there. The one question that I have on this is that what Mr. Hemwer put in there based on other criteria or other organizations and other towns that he's worked with was that the town administrator is the person that determines who gets the grants. So if you want to change that process, that's completely fine. But under what he has written here, those grants would just come in by a certain deadline, and then, which we should also set a deadline, and then it would just be left to my decision making, or we could set up a committee.
Would it be possible for you to present those to the mayor and council so at least we're understanding what's going on? I mean, that feels rather unilateral.
I totally agree.
Not that I don't trust you, but
that's why I'm bringing it up.
Yeah, okay.
And I think part of it is the keep the politics out of it, so that it's not, you know, if you three of you, if two of you get together and with me, that's fine. If three of you do, it's a public meeting, and then it excludes some members. So if it's more administrative and then just presenting to you, I can present it as a slate for you all to vote on. And if you decided no, then no.
I would propose that. I would propose that I'm comfortable with you running the process and then coming to us with the proposed list of awardees, and then we simply rubber stamp it. But I think it would look awful strange if the council was left out of the discussion. Mayor and the council, you know. So.
I would say, again, another town, University Park, had a similar program as this, and they collected the applications and brought them before the council for ratification of the final payments. So that makes sense to me.
Thank you.
When would you like to set the, yeah, so I could put the proposal deadline whenever, based on whatever the deadline you would want to see.
It feels like the holidays is going to be a really busy time for a lot of these kinds of organizations. So my gut was to say January 31st, as the mayor mentioned, but I think for this, maybe we should give them more than a month into the new year so that they have time to recover from, what is the council thinking? I'm thinking maybe March 1st or something.
I was going to say February. I feel like, for example, Mr. Holcomb mentioned that we met with Artworks Now. Artworks Now wants to have programs. They currently have a senior program in Hyattsville. And so when they asked to meet with us, I was super excited because they want to have a similar program here for seniors, and they want to start it in March. So I would like to propose that we have this in February. We give people a deadline. Our next council meeting in February is on the 7th of February. So I would say, I would almost say February 3rd.
Honestly, January 31st would be fine for me, just in the simple fact that the county CDBG funds, they give us 1 month to come up with a plan. So
I was just trying to be generous because I know how busy they are during the holidays.
But like I said, too, I mean, we're talking a couple
and that'll give
paragraphs
us time to promote this program to the various and give them a chance to get there. Yeah, it's just, I was thinking paperwork, November, December, you're a charity, God help you, you know. All right, okay.
So deadline January 31st. And it's gonna go through you, Greg, and then you present it to the council?
Correct. And I can do it at that first meeting then.
If anyone is interested in helping, do we want to open it up or do we want to just keep it with you? Keep it with you, okay. Okay, it's not that much money. So now a request for, sorry, go ahead, Mr. Beaton.
I was gonna say, there's one other section here, which I don't know if it, I think it will limit the number of responses you get, because you're basically looking for up to 9. And it says, if selected for an award, the nonprofit organization must use the funds to serve only the town residents. You know, most of these, I mean, even if you look at End Time Harvest Ministries, some of their students are within Colmar Manor, but a lot of them aren't. It's my understanding they're in the Port Towns area. So do you want to leave that restriction that only the town residents? I mean, a lot of the food banks and things like that, that would be receiving the money. It would be hard for them to say, we're only servicing Colmar Manor residents. I don't think they could
Peyton,
really
where do you
that.
see the word only? I'm seeing write a request documenting how funds benefit the town residents.
On
If
the
you go
first-
to the bottom of
bottom of
how much
page
can I apply
1.
for?
Last
Sorry, I didn't
paragraph.
understand what you said. Under your,
Right above, how much can I apply for at the
oh, I was
bottom of
just looking
page
here on
1,
your
the last
nonprofit
sentence.
summary. I think just remove the word only. I think for me, it's important that they be able to show that the service would benefit Colmar Manor, but not specifically and only Colmar Manor.
Right, that's
Yeah.
what I would say.
The summary on the first page actually doesn't use the word only, and I thought that's what we were referring to. I apologize.
Yeah, I think just taking out the last sentence, because the first sentence says nonprofit organizations do not have to be physically located in the town of Colmar Manor, but must have a proven track record of serving the town residents, but not only the town residents.
Right.
Yeah, so just take out the last sentence.
Thank you, Mr. Beaton. You're on fire tonight.
I had a lot of time, the first 2 hours of the meeting to read them all.
Okay, so I'd like to ask one of the council to make a resolution. No, sorry.
motion?
A motion. A motion, please.
What is the motion to adopt this proposal?
Adopt the proposal with the deadline of the 31st,
Of January.
allowing the town administrator, giving the town administrator up until the 31st to present you all with a list of nonprofits and then removing the only.
Okay, so Councilmember Bowles will make the motion to accept and move forward with the proposal for the program to benefit nonprofit organizations in the amount of $5,000 each, with a deadline set of January 31st and February 7th as the presentation date by the town manager to the council. Thank you. Nobody's going to second it? Oh,
Only.
oh, and remove the final sentence saying only Colmar Manor, but to rewrite that sentence to include a reference that it would include Colmar Manor in its service area.
Councilmember Harden, I'll second that motion.
Thank you, Ward 1.
Aye.
Ward 2.
Aye.
Ward 3.
Aye.
Ward 4 absent. Mayor votes aye. Thank you. This is so exciting. We're gonna have lots of really cool things happening. So thank you so much. Okay. Number 15, town hall improvements. I'll
Oh, you're gonna let me do this?
Yeah, I'm gonna
Thank
let you.
Thank you. So as discussed in the work session, we presented a plan to provide some town hall improvements. This included furniture replacement for the office furniture in the main office, the mayor's office, the conference room, and new folding tables here in the main hall. There was $7,000 appropriated for this in the ARPA budget. However, after receiving 2 quotes, that number was nowhere near the amount to even replace the folding tables in town hall. So we put this plan together requesting that And additionally, if we do go down that route with the painting and cleaning that we're doing as well, the flooring that is in the town hall main office, the carpeting, and also in the mayor's office has way outlived its useful life. And upon professional review of a cleaner, many of the stains are not coming out. It's pretty bad. And so my request there was to update the flooring in the main office with just some type of modest vinyl flooring that would be easy to clean, not stain, and last a little bit longer than what we have. And then finally, we requested some additional funds for a CRM limited system, a very limited system that would be connected with, it's through Comcate, which is the program that we use for our code enforcement. So this would be with the same company, the softwares would connect, and it would allow us to keep track of resident concerns and complaints, connecting with the code enforcement issues and infractions, but would also allow us to track public works requests, senior van reservations, the parking permit tracking, public information requests, and just general resident contacts. And that was just off the brief first couple meetings I had with the company, and I'm sure there's more that can be had with that. So all said and told, the request was for $46,000 to do all of that. As I mentioned, there were $7,000 already in the budget for furniture. The recommendation is there's the savings that I had mentioned earlier, which I can go through again here in a second. There is a recommendation to reduce the sidewalk and street repairs by 5,000, the stormwater management by 5,000, the community programs by 2,500, and removing the HVAC filters line, which is
7,200.
Yeah. So about, what is it, $19,700 there. But included with the savings of the $3,000 from premium pay, the $1,700 from the code enforcement software, the $3,000 that was unallocated from the Brentwood Fire Department, that's kind of sitting out there anyway, brings us to a total of $42,509. And so I'm even going to go out on a limb and say that actually will be enough money. I hope not to stick my foot in my mouth on that one. But when getting the folding tables, we don't necessarily need the round tables replaced yet, which was close to $3,000. And then there were shipping charges included with that from the furniture company. So that would be reduced based on that. And then we could also, maybe make some other decisions in the furniture itself and
what is
that.
The cost, Mr. Barr? Good Lord, it must be getting late. What is the cost, Mr. Volcom, of the conference table, the break apart conference table? Because I know when we first set aside this funding, we were thinking mostly of the main office and then the chairs in the conference room, but not the table. I'm just trying to acknowledge that this expenditure is 800% of our original allocation. So, and if there's something we could do in stages rather than necessarily go all in the first place.
This will take me a second to pull up.
The conference table is bulky, but it's serviceable. Excuse me. I'm so sorry, y'all. I'm sorry.
Well, Greg finds an answer. What I will say about the conference table.
It's great.
Mr. Dayton absolutely loves that conference table. We're suggesting to get rid of that conference table so that we can actually use the room for something other than having conferences there. And so we're proposing some nesting tables that can come together to form the shape of a conference table. But we want to open the space up to all of our town residents and the programming that we will have in the future. So currently, this hall is constantly being rented out. We have the outreach room, which is a space that can be used. I just want residents to know it's available for you to use. But then we also have that conference room and that table, the chairs, they're so bulky. What I envision happening in that specific room are ESOL classes. English classes for residents that want to take them, Spanish classes if people want to have them, conferences, just an additional space so that this building is always available to town residents. The current table there, it's a nice table, but I don't think we need it anymore.
Sorry, I am getting tired. I'm coughing my brains out. The room that we just removed all the exercise equipment out of, that can also be used, correct?
That can also be used. So the Foundation of Greatness is using that space. I'm waiting to see what they'll do in addition to removing the equipment that was there. But I believe that the way they envision that space is as a place for the youth to come and get tutoring and other things, other events in that specific room. And then I'll put it out there. I put it on my Facebook. I would like a ping pong table. So that is going on my wish list. So if Santa is listening, the town of Colmar Manor, at least the mayor of the town of Colmar Manor, would like a ping pong table.
I think I found it. So they were 6 rectangular tables that are 30 by 60, and those were $898
per table or for the
no, for all 6.
Why is that so cheap?
They're not, there's not much to them. They're very light and movable. They're desks more so than they are. They're classroom tables is essentially what they're called. Yeah, we did not go, there was nothing extreme about the pricing on this.
Yeah, it's
in
just
terms
quite a
of
shock.
like,
It's a shock.
yeah.
You have to admit, you're
Yeah.
expecting 7,000 and you're talking 46.
the biggest bulk of it, honestly, I mean, the pricing they gave us for the folding tables and the round tables, which you have to remind you, there's 22 of them in this room, and then another 12 round tables was almost $6,000 before shipping. So out of that, you know, the request for furniture is only 35 out of the 46. So take another 6 out of that, you know, you're starting to see that drop down. The major expense after that are the chairs. The main thing that we need replaced. And at a future meeting, I would request that we name the conference table after Mr. Bateman.
Can I take it home?
Is there any possibility of recouping any costs on any of this furniture?
Yes.
Is there an estimate on what that might be?
No, that is completely a ballpark. So we already have I registered us with GovDeals, which is free for us to use. And then buyers pay a premium, which is very common in these types of auctions. But it doesn't cost anything to the town, including processing or anything like that. That's all taken care of out of that other fee. And so some of the items we've identified other items that also could be placed on there. And then the police department's also going through their confiscated / lost and found for years items to clean up in there. That all can be sold on there as well.
I see. Okay. But no idea how much that might recoup.
The furniture company warned me that it could be very low because there is a glut of it's kind of what
Big
we're
wooden
doing.
furniture.
There's money available because of these programs, and so there's a glut of furniture on the market. But you never know. Mr. Baden may bid on the conference table. The nice thing about doing that too is you can also ask them to remove it as part of the purchase. And so you don't have to do that or hire someone to do that. So there would be, so part of this actually too is removal of some of if we had to have it removed. So there could be a little bit of cost savings on that.
And so just to also address like doing it in stages or like why the rush? Because of something Mr. Baden always says, like we have the money, all these municipalities have the money. It's unprecedented that we have this much money. We need to use it. We need to have a presentable space. It's embarrassing now. If you haven't come to the town hall and you haven't seen our main office, Mr. Holcomb actually rearranged it and made it look a lot nicer than it has been for a long time, but there's still a lot of work that needs to be done. So personally, for me, when I have, for example, Delegate Fennell come to the office or any other person, artworks, whomever, to have them come into our space with these chairs, or to even have them come into our office with the stains on the floor and our bulky furniture, it's embarrassing. I believe that our community deserves a lot more. And the town hall is that place where we showcase who we are. And I think that we are due for a facelift. And so I think it's time that we do it sooner rather than later. So you've already trimmed stuff off of different items. So what are we necessarily asking for?
You're gonna need a budget transfer for everything, which probably isn't spelled out totally clear, but I think you got the general idea. If they would like it listed out, I mean, to see it all, you know, or, 'cause it's not a clean, we're moving money from here to there, so there's a budget transfer that's needed for that. And then they could give you the approval to purchase the items once you have the money allocated appropriately. Or you could bring the proposals back. Have they already seen the proposals at the last meeting for the furniture?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you could, yeah, if you get them to approve the money, then you could get them to approve the purchases. Yes.
Yumina, did you want to say something?
No, I'm sorry.
So what's the motion?
So the motion would be to allocate or reallocate the funds.
As summarized by the town administrator. And to be put in writing at a subsequent time.
I can list them out right now if you
That
want.
would be good.
Yeah, so to reallocate the funding, the ARPA funding from premium pay, $3,000 from premium pay, $1,730 from code software, $5,000 from sidewalks and street repairs, $5,000 from stormwater management, $3,000 formerly of the Brentwood Fire Department donation, but unencumbered, the $8,070 from the streetlights, $2,500 from community programs, and $7,200 from HVAC filters. Two, town hall furniture in the amount of 28,000, because there's already 7,000 there. The CRM software for 5,000. And the flooring of 6,000, floor of 6,000, there it is. In the back.
That only gives you 35 if you're putting 28 into the town hall furniture. Is that the right for you? You said to move 28,000 in there. Did these add, did that add up to 28? You had 7 there and you just said you added 28. I didn't add them up myself, but is that more than 28?
I think there was a small amount from reserves. So the reallocation would be 35,500.
Plus 2,500 plus 7,200. I got 35,500
Yes.
plus 7, so it wasn't 28,000, it's 35,500. So that will give you 42,500.
Total, correct. that balances.
Yeah. So that'll be your transfer, and you do that as one motion, and then after you have the money, you can make the motions to approve the purchases as a separate motion.
Mr. Baden, do you need all votes present? Or do you just need?
You
a
need 4 for
majority?
the transfer of money. You only need 3 for the purchase of the furniture.
Do you need 4 when there are only 4 present?
Yes.
Okay.
Need everyone.
Does anyone want to allow Ms. Williams to speak before making the motion? She has her hand up.
Yes, thank you. I have a question. I'm sorry, do I need to come up here? Thank you so much. I'm not, for lack of, I don't want to be ignorant in this, but I just want to make sure, I don't want to be ignorant in this, but I want to make sure that I'm understanding clearly. You were talking about taking money from the streetlights?
There are various projects that ARPA monies were allocated for.
Yes, sir, I understand
And it was
that.
based on estimates we had, about 6 months ago when we chose those as projects.
Yes, sir.
We ended up using less money than we needed to upgrade the 5 streetlights that were required. So we're taking the excess money and putting it into the furniture line item because we did not need it to do the lights that we upgraded.
Okay, so the lights around town, as I remember, were more than 5. Now, I'm not certain if the young lady that was over here talking before, if that is one of the lights that is going, or one of the areas that's going to be adjusted. There were, if I remember, somewhere around 11 lights. Now, Chief, you can help me out here if I'm wrong with this. But there were somewhere around 11 lights that were in around the town that were discussed. And so if there is a high concern and there is about the improper lighting around town, why would we take $8,000 from a budget that was allocated for perhaps street lighting? And then move it to, I understand there are things that are needed, but as was discussed, can we take things in phases? The safety and welfare of the residents is needed for street lighting. So why would we move $8,000 off the street lights and put them in an area where we can do phasing? That was my question. Thank you so much.
Are we moving $8,000?
Yes,
From
from what
streetlights?
was originally allocated, but it's my understanding we upgraded or are upgrading the streetlights that were requested, and it's just at a lower cost. So
We
can we
went
do
with-
more streetlights and leave the 8,000 in there? Yes, but I don't know if they're designated. I mean, do you remember?
I think, Chief, didn't you propose 11 and then we reduced it to 6?
Yes.
Yeah.
And that was based on the initial 5 came out of a neighborhood watch meeting. And we talked about 42nd and Newark, where there was some dark spots and some loitering issues. So that was addressed. And then Kearney Road, which is a cul-de-sac, which it's pretty dark and had some loitering issues. So we put the 5 at those locations. And I went around town and essentially doubled that because there are a number of dark spots. We are I say kind of loosely at a street light on every other pole. And there are some streets or blocks, I should say, that don't have a street light. Those are the shorter ones, the 3,600 blocks of your 41st and 40th place and 42nd. We are addressing 42nd. If we were to do every street light, or if I didn't say, we'd probably be at 100 at $1,300 a piece. So if we did it to we lit up the whole town, we'd be over $100,000. So I went from initial 14,000 proposed to 5,000, or whatever it was for the 5 streetlights is where that was.
So there's a couple things with the street lighting that I think it's not an and or, we can do both. So this is just trying to maximize our ARPA funding. We do still have unreserved funds. Also in regards to street lighting, again, we want to maximize our ARPA funding, but there are grant programs that we're looking at. Are there? Or that we can look at, for example, would CDBG be a part of that? Yeah. So we're going to be actively seeking out grant money for different things in the town, and street lighting obviously can be one of them. So we can do both. It doesn't have to be and or. The only difference is that we would be taking part of it. If we wanted to keep this money under street lighting, we'd have to ask to have this reallocated from our unreserved funds. Am I wrong? Does that make sense?
Ken?
This was only based on the fact that you all took it from 11 down to the 5 or 6 that we installed.
Yeah, if I can, it's on the same subject, but it's going a little bit off here. And that is, we've talked a little bit about tonight. We've mentioned the red speed and speed cameras. If that goes forward and gets approved by the state, and the speed was mentioned as a problem both in town and along Bladensburg Road, that those funds are have to be allocated for public safety, which is not just me as a police chief looks at that as a police car and extra police officers, but it's also street lights, sidewalks, and things of that nature. Just a thought.
Allowing me to pose these questions. So I'll come back one more time to ask. So if we've got the money that's already been set aside, and you're talking about that there's a potential grant money, so what's going to be the difference? You cannot use the grant money has got to be for the exact or that specific issue, like the lighting, quote unquote, versus ARPA funds, you can span across other arenas. So if we utilize the $8,000 now that has already been allocated or set aside, if you will, for the street lights, and we utilize this now, then you cannot write a grant. You cannot write a grant to aid in upkeep of the town hall. That's my question. Does that make sense? Because in other words, I'm saying, so why do we have to wait? We're already waiting. This has been something that we've been going down this path for a couple years. This is raised in a neighborhood watch meeting, and we're still waiting. And so now the 5 streetlights, whenever they do come and they get put in, then we still got to wait. Then the next set of people got to wait till the grant writing gets done. If they decide they want to give us the grant, and if they don't, then what? The money will have been spent. That's my question. So why not utilize what we have for what we've already set this aside for? Am I making sense?
Yes, ma'am.
I think you're making sense. The thing too to remember though is like you have to have people on the council that will push this forward, right? You want to have people that are pushing things forward. So I am pushing a couple of things forward. If we want to make street lights a priority, I can push it forward, but there are other council members here too that should be pushing it forward. So I'm not sure what is going on. But I think that, yeah, what you're saying makes sense. The thing about the ARPA funding is that we do have a limited time to use it. So you use it or you lose it. So that's another reason why we're pushing to do certain things. But if you're saying that a priority, and someone else brought it up too, street lighting is a priority, What's the holdup? Like, why aren't we doing anything with it? I'm new. What's going on?
I mean, personally, I was gonna say, it shows that it's priority since it's on the ARPA funds list, you know? Us taking away from it may show that we have other minds, but the fact that the chief brought up the 5 lights that were already suggested, or the 11 that were already suggested, and it was reduced, that's the only place where there's inexcusable activity. Beyond that, we showed that this is something that is a problem in the neighborhood because we brought it forth with the ARPA funds in mind to use it on it. So with what Ms. Williams said, I guess the better conversation for us to be having is whether or not we feel it's adequate for us to go forward with just getting a grant towards the light funds, or if we continue with the 8,000 and just find the unreserved to replace it.
Yeah, like, again, the only reason why I put that number in there is because you all reduced it from 11. So that was a council action that did that. So the solution would be then, if you want to keep that in there, we can move forward with the other lights. I mean, that's not an issue, but you either have to cut some of the requests that we have, or you have to pull from that amount from the unreserved.
How much are we pulling from unreserved?
None currently.
Yeah, right now it's nothing,
But if
and
we were
we've
to
cut.
keep the lights and not touch that, then how much are
You
we?
would need the 8,000.
Okay, so we would need 8,000 from unreserved funds.
I mean, are you ready to go with the other 7 lights? Do we have proposals for that? Are we ready to move forward with it? Because you're ready to move forward with the furniture proposals because you already have them and you can make that improvement now. And if you spend the next couple months or whatever to get your proposals from Pepco for the lights, then at that point, I would say allocate the money for that. And you may, at that point, find more savings in your ARPA because you're further along. Maybe the assistance programs that you just approved earlier, people aren't that receptive to it, and you've got an extra 8,000 there. So, or maybe one of the other ARPA, programs that we have. So I would almost say do what you are ready to do now and get moving, and allocate the money later for the street lights once you have firm proposals and know where you're doing them.
May I question, Chief, the other 6 lights or whatever there were any of those, would they remedy the 43rd Avenue problem? Or, I mean, I'm not sure from the testimony tonight whether what she's talking about is there are existing instruments that the lights are burned out in, or whether she's wanting more. Do we know what the situation is on 43rd?
No, I'd say probably wanting more. Some of it's really good on 43rd. If you go to 43rd and Monroe near the park, that place is lit up. On the not in the park itself, but on the street itself, on the street. I think if you went down every street, you could find a spot for a street light on every street. And there's probably 50 to 100 of them in town. There are a couple spots that are really needed more than others. When I went through we did the 5 for the proposal with Pepco, and I think I added 5 or 6 to that, knowing that I could find a place for them. And there's a couple residents that have since then come forward and said, I'd like one here, so, et cetera. With the process with Pepco, it's kind of, I went to Pepco and I only went with locations that have current wooden poles that have electric on them. That's the cheapest remedy. Otherwise, you got to pay for a pole and to run the electric, which takes you from $1,500 to $10,000, $20,000 a light. So those were out of the question. And I went to them and said, how much per light? Because to me, there's a pole, there's electric, how much is each light? They have to go and they have to do whatever they do. And I gave them the locations, and it all came out to the same. Everyone was the same price on every pole, and that's $1,300, $1,400 a pole.
But the 11 lights that you proposed, none of those specifically were on 43rd Avenue.
No, actually, none were on 30. Okay. I looked more at the 3,600 blocks of 41st, 40th place. They're short blocks, but there's no street light in the middle of those. So those were ones.
I'm perfectly happy if you don't put a
I know,
light
there's-
blaring in the front of my house.
And then yeah, I might as well throw that in there too. At the same time as that Pepco discussion was going on, we had a number of residents voice concerns about too much light. And
But one of the issues in town is that people are putting lights on their houses and then they're facing them
Mhm.
out into the street, which then invades other people's homes. So instead of lighting their own properties, they're allowed at lighting. Miss Blue shared with me that years ago, there was a citizen effort in town, I think it was Neighborhood Watch, that actually asked each person to put a bulb in their porch and keep their porch light on, and that helped light the town. It's one way to approach the overlighting, because what's popular now are the really bright LED fixtures, and they're just like pop, like out into the street. So
Not to belabor this, but also, and it could be years in the making, it has been years in the making, but the transfer over to LED, you are also going to get increased light on every one of those poles eventually. But it could be, I lived in Arlington when they went through and replaced all their lights with LEDs, and it was like a runway, like you were in an airport runway, and people.
we've had
complained
this
everywhere.
discussion before that the municipality, Pittsburgh is the first municipality in the nation to do it, but we could define for our municipality what color and temperature and brightness level the lights should be. And I think it's something we should seriously consider, because on Newark Road, McDonald's and some of the fast food joints, their lights are just like bleeding over into people's houses like crazy. So it's a discussion going forward.
Yeah, and those Pepco originally proposed a year and a half, 2 years ago, that they were going to put LEDs in every community within 5 years, and that you would have your own control over 21 different light intensities via computer. So you could do it differently for each light. So I don't know if that's still in the works. I mean, the most recent conversations are buying your own lights and you taking maintenance over them. Yeah. So, I like the LED and you having control over the intensity of every single light. You could light up the town purple if you want to, for depending on the holiday or, but
So just out of curiosity, how long does it take to get the streetlights up?
I think we had our meeting a year ago, August. I think in November, I got through to Pepco and started getting the pricing. Then came ARPA funds, and ARPA was pretty cool in that we had a whole lot of money, but everybody wants to divvy it up. So that's how these things, there are $14,000 for Pepco lighting got reduced, as did a lot of my wish list for police is public works to furniture to clean, everything got reduced. So that's where we are with ARPA. I think in perhaps March, I made the final commitment with Pepco. We did checks. It's at least a year, and where we are right now with it is we've made the payment. They've accepted the payment, and I've asked for a timeline for installation, and I haven't heard back yet. And I go around every day and look up at the pole to see if it's there and stuff.
They sent a document the last week that just said it's coming.
It's coming, okay.
But yeah, I think we approved the funding to be spent in September, and we sent that week, and they just sent that document
So
saying.
it's probably
that
been
they're
a
coming.
year since Pepco was initially contacted, asked them to come out, and they did come. So that process has been a year from actually contacting Pepco to where we are today.
So this could take a year, maybe a little bit more. So then in regards to these two issues of the street lighting and then refurbishing or updating our town hall, as I mentioned before, it's not a one or the other. We can do both, but then the motion would be to transfer $8,000 from our unreserved funds into this.
So what Mr. Baden was saying was go ahead and just approve this. And then as we move forward with the other lights, you can appropriate that money at a later date to replace that. So yeah, it would be two motions, transfer and then the approval of the purchases.
Councilmember Harding, I make the motion to transfer, well, actually, no, I make the motion as suggested by the town administrator.
Member Bowles will second the motion.
Ward 1,
Aye.
Ward 2,
Aye.
Ward 3,
Aye.
Ward 4 is absent. Mayor votes aye. Now the approval of what? The purchases. Okay, so now a motion for the approval of the purchases, please.
I'll make the motion to approve the furniture purchase. Councilmember Hobbs.
Councilmember Harding, I'll second that motion.
Ward 1,
Aye.
Ward 2,
Aye.
Ward 3,
Aye.
Ward 4 absent. Mayor votes aye. So furniture, flooring, and software.
I'm sorry, I'll amend.
So Evenam-
Yes, I'll amend my motion. I'll approve the motion to purchase furniture, software, and help me, Mr. Beatty.
Flooring.
And flooring.
Councilmember Harding, second that motion.
Ward 1,
Aye.
Ward 2,
Aye.
oh, Ward 3,
Aye.
Ward 4 absent. Mayor votes aye. Yes, 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 Mr. Beaton. That conference. Oh, I am so looking forward to inviting everyone to come to the town hall. If you haven't already been here, we're gonna make this place a place that you will be proud of. Okay, couple more items.
Ask one question before we move on. Where are we in the process? I saw that we had spent, what is it, $1,200 to have a survey of the sidewalks. Where are we in that process? And will we be getting to shaving some of these popped up sidewalk sections anytime soon? Because there's some serious need for that in this town.
Yeah, so the survey was done. I'm waiting for the response back from them. I am hoping to have it to you by the December work session of what they've come up with. And then from there, my plan is to present to you a plan that day, if I get it in time. So it's kind of, I have Mike calling the company to find out. He tried today and I'm gonna have him call.
It's a serious liability issue. I just had a resident report to me that she watched a young man trip on a sidewalk and land like right on his face. Of course, he's like 12 years old. He's not going to sue the town, but someone else has done that or tried to in the past. So we should get on that.
And I think there's CDBG money that's coming out that might be able to help with that. I think, I don't. Okay, so next item is number 16, the retreat. Oh, it's me, okay. So we've been talking about this retreat for a while, and we need the retreat. Couple reasons why we need this retreat. New mayor, and we all need to figure out how to work together to strategize and to come up with a vision for the town and a strategic plan. These are necessary, not something that we can wait on. We have another 2 years with current council. We want to make sure that we maximize our time together, figure out how to work together, and really just, again, unite the community and move the community forward. So we have received a couple of proposals for a retreat. I am making a recommendation, and I think we've discussed this before, to have the retreat in January. Within our packet, you'll see the proposals for a retreat. I'll give you a quick moment to look at them now, but I'll also field any questions, concerns about this. I'll let you know who submitted a proposal, and I'll also let you know that retreats are very expensive. We received a proposal from Raftelis for $5,000. We received a proposal from Toward Your Future for $4,750. We received a proposal from the Neighborhood Design Center for $9,240 and C2 Strategies for $35,000. My vision for our retreat, and we've talked about this before, is to spend the night here, have a pajama party, mayor and council, be together, spend time together. The only times that lately we've been able to get together are when we are at these meetings, and then get to the work of the town, have a facilitator present that will help us put our ideas on paper and then come up with an action plan on how we can actually achieve these ideas and these goals and plans that we have in mind. In addition to that, what has been very important to me is we can say we want to do certain things, we can write them down, we can seal them with a kiss, but if we don't actually move on them, then it's moot. So part of what I've been looking at in regards to these proposals are accountability. Who is going to, besides the town residents, keep us accountable with moving our vision and these ideas forward? In addition to that, I do feel that we need coaching. I feel individually we all need coaching. Some of us have been council members, not necessarily supported in the way that would be most effective to move the town forward. And so I'm looking to remedy that. And part of that is having this retreat. So it would be one night here, so we don't have to pay for a room and board, paid lunch, breakfast, and a facilitator that will help us work through how we work together, how we address issues in the town, and then post the retreat, someone that'll keep us accountable and will say, hey, where are you with this? How's it going? This is very difficult work, and there is a lot of intentionality that is needed along with strategy. So I'll leave it at that. Any comments, any ideas, any comments?
No comment, but team building is always necessary. So I'm looking forward to it.
So you've changed your stance since our last,
Yes, I've changed my stance, Doug.
because you were saying you thought maybe it was a.
I did.
Yeah.
Well, so it's publicly known. I was like, man, maybe we don't need to spend this money. But I do believe that, like, for us to better work as a team and for us to better have a vision as a group, because every individual has a vision for how they see this place. But for us to get to the vision that we have as a group, it requires this.
Yeah. We will be up for election in May of 24. So we have a year and a half. That I'll just throw that out there as well.
Yeah, thank you for saying that. So we do have a year and a half to work together. And judging on what we've been doing for this past 6 months, we can do things together. These are just very basic things that we're doing now. Imagine what we can do with a plan and with a strategy. And that strategy won't only serve our current council, but it'll serve any council that comes after. So I would like to request that we put a date on the calendar. I don't want to talk about this anymore. I want to move forward on it. I think what we need to do is just pick one of these organizations and do it. Do we have the money for it? Do we need to move money? Like, what's the? It's not budgeted, so it would come from unreserved.
Well, we have to make a decision on the company that we would like to go with, and depending on that, then we'd have to transfer the money from unreserved. So we need to have a discussion about those companies.
Yes, I agree. So how do you want to have the discussion? Go through each one?
Yeah, we can probably go to each one. And yeah, I think it would be a good idea to see how we feel. I briefly looked at them and I think I have my answers.
May I So to shorten the discussion, may I suggest that we just simply remove the one that's $35,000? That seems responsible for us to spend that much money.
I'd like to ask Ms. Williams what she thinks. Okay, so
The middle one would be $5,000. We have a proposal for $4,750, a proposal for $5,000, and a proposal for $9,240.
How many days are you planning on this retreat?
Was it 2 days, Mayor?
So it would be one evening and then one day, but it's not just that. So the follow-up post-retreat, at least from what I've seen on these, would be coaching after the retreat. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. So Ms. Bethay has mentioned that there are places that are surrounding that we can spend the night at, have a retreat, get away, that are not within this price range. The reply to that is that we've looked. And one of the reasons why we've decided to stay here at the town hall is because I think it would be kind of fun. It also saves us money. And then it's not just about getting away, it's also the accountability piece and the coaching that comes afterwards. I think that's critical to this because, you know, I can't do this by myself. The town's business cannot be done just by me, not just by Ms. Vivian, not just by Ms. Doretha, not just by Delegate Fennell. I need a council that'll work with me. And I know that Miss Lee once, she asked me, who's Malik's boss? And I'm like, well, you are. And she's like, you're not their boss? Nope, I am not their boss. And she asked who my boss was, and I said, you are. And so I cannot force people to do anything, but I can definitely take them away, and I can have a facilitator keep us all accountable as long as we're willing to commit to that process. So let's go ahead and just go through all of these.
Real quick, just for the record too, in response to that, we did put out an RFP for this. We specifically reached out, or I did, to 5 companies. Only Raftillus was the one that responded to that. All the companies that were reached out to were ones that have done municipal retreats specifically. Then we went back out, or I did, and then the mayor did as well on some of them, and hunted down people. We almost begged people to offer something. And so that's why some of these have come through that are very different than your normal. So Raftillus, I think, is a very normal local government, nationally known company that does this. And then the others are a little bit outside of that.
I reached out to other mayors. I reached out to other towns. We reached out to the Maryland Municipal League, and this is what we have that is not going to break our bank, but then also has some pieces that I think are super important to our success. So, okay, so let's take a look at the Neighborhood Design Center. Their proposal is for $9,240. So what they are discussing is, at least the scope of work, is agenda planning. So NDC will participate in 2 90-minute planning sessions with the mayor in town and the town administrator to work through retreat logistics. Task 2, pre-meeting research. We'll meet with mayor, 4 council members and town staff individually to better understand goals, relationships, and topics of importance or interest. Each meeting will be an hour in length and conducted over the phone. Task 3, meeting facilitation. 2, NDC staff will facilitate a 4-hour town retreat on the date and time identified by the mayor and town staff. The role by NDC will be to guide the conversation toward meeting the retreat goal, create a collaborative and generative environment, decision-making, document and reflect the statements and requests of the meeting participants. Task 4, meeting summary, provide a high-level report of synthesized findings to the town within 3 weeks of the town retreat. The document will be formatted to include high-level summary points from the retreat as well as more detailed discussion points, excuse me, and decisions made. Client responsibilities, client will coordinate retreat logistics, including space, rental, food, drink. So that's what they're offering for $9,240. Next, we'll go on to Ref Telus. Is this Ref Telus here? Nope, that's the RFP. Okay. We are, so what they're offering is, before the retreat, we'll collaborate with the town to ensure an understanding of the intended outcomes of the session, individual conversations with mayor, town administrator, and members of town council to provide insights and help prepare an agenda. Facilitator will familiarize themselves with key issues, interpersonal dynamics, and any other factors deemed relevant to the strategic planning process through conversations with council members and staff. We expect to accomplish the retreat's goals through a one-day facilitated session on a mutually agreeable date. The primary role of the facilitators is to ensure that the environment is respectful and conducive to open and constructive dialogue, so the established objective is ultimately met. Approximately 1 week after the retreat, we'll provide a summary report documenting the result and summarizing the town council's priorities. And they have come in at $5,000. This is for the pre-work and final retreat summary. Next is toward your future. So goals of the session: establish an atmosphere of trust and fun during the session and shared commitment within the team going forward. Get to know newer members of the council better and reconnect colleagues who have been working together for some period of time. Facilitate identification of the team's shared values, goals, and vision for the future of the town of Colmar Manor. Support the mayor and town council in establishing vision, goals, initiatives, and metrics that will support them as a team and help them to deliver on their commitments to their constituents. Access to an ongoing mental fitness program to support implementation of commitments made during the offsite. One individual coaching call per council member during the program. Team wrap-up call upon completion of the mental fitness program to be delivered via video call or in person. So she gave us here a proposed agenda. During the offsite, during the offsite, the program will include education and practices in positive intelligence, a scientifically validated method designed to strengthen mental fitness and help individuals and teams perform better and achieve their goals. Following the offsite, the mayor and council will have access to a PQ 6-week foundation program. The supplemental program is designed to help participants continue to build a foundation of mental fitness. So the app delivered program includes a daily practice, weekly focus, measurable progress, community support. And that is pretty much it. Their proposal came in at $4,750. So I know at our work session, I asked if we wanted a retreat and if we needed a retreat, and I feel like we said yes. And so I think now it's just choosing who we want to move forward with, picking a date, and jumping right in.
Well, preferably for me, I like how Toward Your Future has laid out their plan for us. It doesn't hurt that their price is the lowest, but it also is a detailed explanation of what's being provided and what we should be looking towards as far as what we'll be doing in the process, as opposed to generic, you'll be doing such and such and such and such that we got from the two other PFRs or PR, yeah. So
So yeah, towards the future, I definitely, it's very well presented visually. But I'm not sure if it's more like training us on using, like organizing our work. It seems like, for me that it's organizing mostly about like our time. I feel like also the facilitator feel it has a more, definitely has experience in public administration, but maybe not so much in like psychological facilitation, the type of like coaching or moderator experience. So that's just my idea, that we'll be like mostly trained on a tool. And I think we need more of a training that is like DEI, that brings us together. So I personally think maybe Reftalis may be a better fit for us.
I could agree with that.
But both of them, I'm not sold on any of these two. I like both of them, but just the second one seems more like training to a skill, which is also valuable. It seems like maybe not so much what we may be looking for, building a team among ourselves and like learning how to work with each other.
So Toward Your Future is my leadership coach. And she works with companies around the world. What I like about her is that she's very flexible, and we can also ask her to take or add things to this. And as a user of the positive intelligence tool, as I've mentioned before, it has completely changed my life. I see and speak to Trudy every Monday at 12 noon. I meet her for an hour, and we talk about my week, my goals, what I want to move forward. So one of the ways in which she literally changed my life, I was very unhappy at a previous job that I was at. I didn't know what to do. I started talking to her and seeing her. I built better confidence in myself. I started making plans. I got a new job, making more money, and I became mayor of Colmar Manor. So for me, that PQ exercise and just talking to someone on a weekly basis consistently to keep me accountable with my goals has completely changed my life. But I think what's super important to me is the accountability afterwards. So when it comes to PQ and the app itself, it's about how to work with other people. So I know that a concern that I think Mr. Bowles had brought up is doing something like the Myers-Briggs, which we can do. I think that methodology has been debunked, but I'm not 100% sure. I'm open to anything that'll teach us and show us how to work with each other. So for me, that's what stood out to me about Trudy's proposal and what makes me want to go with her as opposed to Reftelis. Like for me, it's not just a retreat. It's what do we do after the retreat?
I appreciate that, Mayor. I think for me, when I'm going to see a therapist, if I want to take my partner to a therapist, I'm going to take them to a fresh therapist. And so because you have a pre-existing relationship with Trudy, I'm sure she's fully professional, but it would be in my mind that there might be a bias from her experience working with you on a regular basis. And also just on an ethical standpoint, we'd be employing someone with whom you've already worked. So I would propose who we are. I mean, Reftalis instead, just because we'd have fresh eyes on all of us and no potential for bias of any kind. So.
Okay. Wow. Sounds super too, but I was sold when Hobbs brought up her opinion on as far as what the curriculum implied. So if we're going with Raftellus, so be it.
I don't know.
motion.
Mayor's info was very convincing to me and as well, like hearing it. I also, it's just really hard having 115 pages of this proposal. I think I'm going back and forth. I do not see much information about Miss Trudy here. Okay, maybe I'm just missing. Okay.
Yeah,
Trudy,
there's a
yes, I
description
see
about
at the
the types
beginning,
of
yeah.
work that she's done.
Okay, so yes, sorry, I think I
I'm
missed.
so impressed by her that I've done leadership circles with women, focused only on women that work in the nonprofit sector. So I've been with her for a while, and I don't think that I think that she's very professional. Like she even sees like former bosses of mine because of how effective she is. Um, I reached out to her because I knew I didn't just want a one-off one-day retreat. I think that we need someone that will hold us accountable. And I think she doesn't have to be with us forever. She might be able to train Greg, or someone else can kind of like keep us accountable. But to me, that's super important, not just a retreat, but a daily practice and even a common language that we can all use to talk to each other and work with each other. Part of the PQ app is meditation. So I know that Miss Vivian isn't on here, Ms. Doretha isn't on here, but I talk about that when we have our meditation here at the town hall. Meditation has had a profound effect on my life. Whenever I feel like I'm going into a difficult meeting or situation, conversation, I take aside a couple minutes, I open up my app and I meditate. And it helps me. It helps me a lot. And that's what I like about this. So that's just my feeling on it. I feel that that's what we need, but I'm open to whatever the council decides.
Mhm. I'm gonna change my position. I think I might have, yeah, I have just looked it over the towards the future again. And I think
Councilmember Hobbs, may I ask,
yeah, yes,
do you hear my point at all?
I heard about bias. Yes, I've heard. Yeah,
I feel very, I don't know how comfortable I would feel, honestly.
I see.
I would
I
never
see.
ask my partner to go to my therapist.
I think, yeah, I
And
think the
for me,
common,
it's extremely
yeah.
important that I don't
Gotcha.
feel like there's any potential bias, or no one coming in the room has heard about me before they've had a chance to know me.
Yeah, I
Well,
got
this
you.
isn't therapy.
I'm sorry.
This isn't therapy.
But it is, in a way, the way you're describing it. It's a physical, spiritual, emotional approach to this. And the ongoing piece of it for me, I already have a therapist. I have a physical therapist. I have a spiritualist. I don't need to add another person to my life. But if I can learn something from from this session, which is a form of therapy, in my opinion, team building is, then I can take that back to the people I already have relationships with. I don't feel a need to add another person into my life. And in our work session, you mentioned regular sessions with her where the town might pay for part of it and we would pay for part of it. I'm very uncomfortable with that.
So the only thing that I would say in regards to that is that you don't have to like see her. Like this is all voluntary. So if you decide that all you want is a retreat and you don't want to have any follow-up coaching, you don't have to. You don't have to add another spiritual shaman on your list of spiritual shamans. You can continue with what you're doing. I think I would not have invited Trudy to be involved if I thought that there would be some type of a bias against other people. And I would not have invited her to propose if I didn't think that she was effective. And so I think she's effective. Like I can see how this could help Mr. Harding, Ms. Hobbs, Ms. Mendoza. I understand that you see a couple of people already. So But what I also like about her is that she is a professional that has worked with executives. And that to me is impressive. So the way that I met her was through the K Fritz Foundation. And she was, I think, a VP at some bank in Hong Kong. I mean, this is a very well-rounded individual. So I don't know, that's just my feeling.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Is the purpose of the retreat to develop a strategic plan for the town, short and long term, or is it to build relationships amongst the council to work better? Or
It's-
something different?
It's different. For me, it's about building the leadership in our town council, because I feel like, quite honestly, for the past 6 months that I've been mayor, I'm going to these things, I'm doing these things. I don't always feel supported by the council at all. People come up to me and tell me, where are your council members? And I can't tell them where they are. I've had council members tell me, I got your back, we're gonna work together, and then nothing. So for me, I don't know what the blockage is. I feel like, for example, I've mentioned this before, I don't want to put you on the spot, Malik, but I feel like Malik has been bullied. I feel like a lot of the stuff that we get from residents, you have every right to come and yell and do whatever you want. That doesn't mean that it doesn't affect us. And it doesn't mean that it doesn't affect our ability to lead initiatives. So for me, it's about building the leadership, learning how to work together, and learning how to deal with issues when they come up, in addition to coming up with a strategy for the town. That's of the utmost importance to me.
Because I see the proposal from Toward Your Future as being a team building proposal, whereas I see the other ones as being a strategic plan for the town is what their proposals look like to me. So I think you as the council should ask, what is it that you're looking to do, and make sure you're on the same page as to what you want the goal of the retreat to be. And that may help you decide which ones you want to go with. Because I thought it was a strategic retreat where you're going to develop short and long-term goals for the town. And I don't see that added towards your futures proposal. I see it as a team building proposal, whereas the Raftellus is a strategic retreat and the neighborhood design is a strategic retreat. And I didn't look at C2 strategies.
Yeah,
I
think
I
it's a
agree.
combination of all
Yeah.
those things. I don't, if we just have a session where we sit and strategize, but no real team building. So it's not just about strategizing, it's about team building. I think that'll help us. But I'm open to anything. Excuse me.
Yeah,
but
thank you,
we need this.
Mr. Baden, for that summary. And I think I'm initially, I wanted to say that I misspoke that the proposal I was looking at from Reftel is looked more like a skill building or like like some project, because it uses lots of apps, uses software, and it's very visual. So does not build on, and compared with the neighborhood design, it's more concentrated on your team building, definitely. So they're different. They're very different in their end goals. So I agree. Yes, we need to decide which one we would like to do. And I'm intrigued by this coach that the mayor's been working with, and if there's anything that we can do to ensure that like a confidentiality of, I guess, just that training in that place and time without necessarily bringing anything else from like the outside. Like if the coach can do that,
I feel like we're missing one big factor here.
Mhm.
We're missing Councilmember Mendoza. So all this planning that we're doing could be for naught because it couldn't work out for her somehow. As far as the dates and, I mean, us making a decision on who we choose, we can do, but as far as choosing the date of the retreat, it would be, I guess, ideal to have the council, all the council and mayor there to make that decision.
I think we did.
We
Like
made on the,
I think like I don't know if it was a couple months ago, we tentatively held some dates in January, but I don't remember what those dates were.
I don't remember January.
I think we
remember
held
saying stuff in
November.
October and saying that we had a place for the fall season, and then it didn't work out.
Right.
But if we do have some for January, I don't remember that one. But
Well, I would say the way to move forward would be to decide, maybe we need to have the conversation again now that we had at our work session as to what we want to get out of this. Pick the organization or the proposal that most aligns with that, and then tentatively hold maybe 3 dates that we can say, these are some dates that the majority of us can attend. I think that Melinda will be, if we give her like those 3 options, I think she'll be able to fit in one of those.
no problem.
Does that make sense?
Okay, how about January like 6th or 7th, 13th or 14th?
We missed that, Hobbs.
Oh, I'm sorry. How did you miss? Okay. I'm suggesting if we're looking into a Friday or onto Saturday, Friday the 6th and or the 7th, 13th or 14th of January.
I think that that works. So I think first date, January 6th and 7th, which is a Friday and Saturday, works. I will say that Martin Luther King Day is on the 15th of January, which is a Sunday. So we probably would not want to have anything that weekend or Monday. The following weekend would take us to the 20th and the 21st, and then the 27th and the 28th. I would probably request that we do the 27th of January because my mom's birthday is on the 22nd and I probably want to spend it with her.
I cannot do the 6th or 7th because I'm on travel during that weekend.
Do we want to do the weekend of Martin Luther King, that Friday and Saturday, or no?
I'm not opposed.
It's fine with me.
Okay, so let's put that tentative January 13, 14.
Mhm.
And are we okay with January 27 and 28?
At this point, I cannot give a definite answer, but I think
I'm music directing. I have to check the rehearsal schedule for the show.
For the 27th and 28th?
Yeah, because weekends are going to be heavy in January. Let me double check. But if we're leaning towards the 13th and 14th, I can try to put those in as conflicts. Is that where we're leaning?
yes.
I'm good with that because that gives us a day to rest too and be with our
And then
family.
also the 27th and 28th.
Let's put 13, 14, 27, 28, and then the 3rd and 4th of February.
Okay, I know that will probably be impossible for me
The
because
3rd and 4th of
yeah,
February?
we're in production at that point.
Oh,
So I mean, it's a very, 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 very busy year for me. The 13th and 14th, I'll check on that tonight and see if I can get my assistant to fill in for me. Yeah, our Saturdays are full day rehearsals.
okay, so then for sure, this, excuse me, I'm so sorry, shows us that we need to do it in January. Need to do it in January. Okay, so we're saying the 13th, 14th. Yeah, I'll put the 20th and 21st too. I don't know what my mom might have other plans. I mean, she might decide that she wants to go on a trip by herself. I don't know. So the 13th, 14th, 20th, and 21st. Does that work? And we said no to the 6th and 7th?
Yeah, I can't do it.
Okay. Okay, so now the the RFP that we want to choose.
Can we discuss it during the work session? Maybe Melinda will join us to Mr. Harding's point.
I would, but I kind of just want to get this done. I don't want to, and there are probably some of the things that we want to push forward on. I think if we can make a decision tonight, and if you need me to like leave the room to have a further discussion, I'm happy to do that too.
We also having a meeting on the 29th. Can we add this to the agenda or not? Or that would be a special meeting?
I think the 29th is going to be,
Yeah, it's gonna
we
be
have
busy.
enough to talk about on the 29th.
That's gonna be- I don't know why Councilmember Hobbs switched on me. She had me lean over to Raptelius and jump sides.
I'm still there.
I'm with you. Yeah, I'm all for team building. I of course started with towards your future, but after a point was made about our general direction, our general where we're focused on, or the general focus of the council and mayor. It made me look back to our work session, and as the mayor just stated, it's a collusion of things. It's multi-factor, and I believe that one, Raptellus is focused more on the goals, the end goal and the vision of your town, as well as developing the mindset to the end goal, as opposed to, the team building. Because that's the thing that jumped out to me is towards your future. I was like, oh man, like this is all laid out, it's decorated, and these are team building, but this is good for self. This is good for individual. And if we're looking at a group, of course, you will want to be the best version of yourself to be the best person in a group. But if we're looking at group consulting, I would say we go for Reptiles.
Is that a motion?
Oh, I mean, if you would like me to make the motion, I was voicing my side.
We just all got very quiet. I've made my opinion.
Okay, well, Councilmember Harding, I'd make the motion for us to accept the RFP from Reptilis.
Councilmember Bowles will second that.
Ward 1,
Aye.
Ward 2,
Aye.
Ward 3,
Aye.
Ward 4 absent. Mayor votes aye. Yay, we're going on a retreat.
Not yet.
Oh, well, not yet. We have to have a motion, right?
For money.
So we're not only just paying for the facilitation itself, but we should also be making sure that we have food. So I think that needs to be factored in. So I'd say breakfast and lunch.
We
and
stay
number
overnight,
two,
no dinner?
So they're asking for tables and chairs set up in a U shape, a projector, space between the top of the U and the wall for facilities to move freely and work, 2 flip chart stands, 2 pads of flip chart paper, 3x3 sticky notes, dark color fine point Sharpies, a roll of Scotch tape, a pair of scissors. So that to me sounds like $100 on that. Let's say breakfast, lunch for. So who's going to be in this retreat? Is it just mayor and council or mayor, council, town administrator?
I would propose the town administrator be included.
So, so then I would say that breakfast and lunch, probably we're looking at $500.
Can we do pot belly or something?
We
We're just
could.
spending money left and right.
No, we could do pot bellies. I mean, I would say we say up to something, knowing that we may not use that amount, right? So let's say for supplies and food, $500, and then they're quoting 5,000, so $5,500 is needed.
To be transferred from where to where?
Unreserved to a new line item called council retreat.
Councilmember Bowles will move that we transfer $5,500 from the unreserved funds to a new line item entitled Council Member Retreat.
Councilmember Hobbs seconded.
Ward 1,
Aye.
Ward 2,
Aye.
Ward 3,
Aye.
Ward 4 absent, Mayor votes aye. Awesome. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We're going on a retreat.
To the town hall.
Yeah, the town hall, which I've been told is haunted. Okay, so number 17, holiday schedule. So I'm bringing this up for a couple of different reasons. I would like to propose that we close the town hall from the 27th, which is a Tuesday of December, 28th, 29th, and 30th. So for that week, close down, and then come back on the 3rd of January. The reason I'm proposing this is I come from a nonprofit background, and traditionally we don't work that week. I'm not opposed to working, but I'm just saying when we think about how we treat our staff and some incentives to keep our staff, I think this is an incentive. I know that we had talked about premium pay, and so we've lost some people. We've lost Jerome Porter, who had been with the town for many, many years. We've lost Christian because he's going to be making more money wherever he's going. And so I'm always trying to think of progressive ways to increase morale and keep our staff. And I think that that's not a huge ask, but I just wanted to bring it forth to the council, see what your thoughts are. 27th of December. They're already going to be off on the 26th because the 25th is Christmas and it falls on a Sunday. So that would be a holiday day off on the 26th. So then they would be out on the 27th, 28th, 29th, 30th. New Year's Day is on Sunday, the 1st of January. So they would be off on that Monday, the 2nd of January, and we would ask everyone obviously to come back on the 3rd of January.
What do we do about scrape? Will Public Works be on call in case of snow or ice? Or would we have an agreement with another town to cover us?
They'd have to be, and the police would still be working.
Police
So
would
the
still be
police will
working.
get overtime for those, they'll get holiday pay for those 4 days.
So police would get holiday pay and Public Works would be on call.
Yep.
Okay.
And if Public Works got called in, then they would get holiday pay as well if they get called in.
Is this paid leave for the staff that are off?
Is it what?
I was asking you, Mayor, is this paid leave for the staff that'll be off?
I am asking Mr. Baden.
They get paid the regular pay. I mean, I assume it would be like a holiday. You're basically giving them 4 extra holidays. So I would look at it as the police get paid holiday pay because they are essential and aren't off. Public Works will get holiday if they come in. If not, they would just get regular pay.
No, I'm talking about the staff members out in the office.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think they'd want to be off if they're not getting paid. Yeah, I mean, they need their paycheck for the regular hours. And it really wouldn't be a benefit. That would be laying them off without pay.
There would be no senior bus that week either. And the
Correct.
town, okay. So if the residents needed to reach out for anything, we're not here. Okay.
But this can all be negotiated. I'm just putting it out there because I am very cognizant that our work life is very different now. And so I'm trying to get any incentive to keep people. So that's my purpose of bringing this forward. And then again, I've worked in nonprofits. I'll probably be working that week actually. So, but this is something that I think I would like to give to the staff, or that I would like us to give to the staff, but it's all negotiable. We can decide the terms. The other thing that I wanted to bring up is that we are getting new phones installed tomorrow. So we're getting new phones installed, which, we can also access
forgot about
those
that.
remotely. And then we can access emails remotely. So, yeah.
I'm not opposing you. I just want to make sure that we communicate to the residents how they can reach out to the town for help during that period and what services will or will not be available.
Yeah, I want to add, I'm not opposing either. Just had a question.
Well, so the only thing with the senior van, which I'm hoping will change, and I think it will, the more we go out in the community, the outreach that we do to the senior community, we don't have a lot of seniors that use the van in Colmar Manor, which to me is sad, but it's true. I don't know why, but that's the status of that. But I'm open to other ideas too. I just wanted to put this forward.
Well, thank you, Mayor. I like your idea. I feel like it will save us a lot of staff because I don't know if they're feeling underappreciated or overworked, but one of them is happening and we need to make sure they feel appreciated here.
I got a question, if you don't mind. Good. For the public works and the public safety, it counts or it's holiday pay, but in there's a weekend. Would that weekend be holiday pay or straight time? That would be the 31st and the 31st and well, I guess it gets confusing when the holiday falls on the weekend as to which day they get paid for. But I think if it's they get paid for the holiday.
It says
the
that holiday falls on a Saturday, then the Friday's the holiday. It falls on Sunday, Monday's the holiday. So the Saturday and Sunday would be straight time. Monday would be a holiday. The Monday, the 26th and Monday, the 1st would be holidays. And then the 27th through the 30th would be holidays.
Okay. That was more of a question. Just I know it's going to come up. So that's okay. Thank you.
I think we can call for a motion or we can discuss it more, but it's also 5 to 11.
Trust me, there's no more discussion I'm looking for. Is there any negotiation that you have, council member Hobbs or Bowles?
Well, I think it's wonderful to, give our staff time to spend with family, maybe not to worry about going to work. It's great to have this, amount of time. And then coming, knowing in other countries, you typically get like a 1 month, maybe in general off vacation, right? So I think that's a good incentive, like the mayor put it. But in the nonprofit world, it sounds wonderful. I worked in the corporate world and we worked on the 31st, a half a day. I guess, yes, I'm leaning, definitely towards giving them this time off and as a token of appreciation. And so that they can spend time with their families.
Well, Councilmember Harden, will make a motion to accept the mayor's suggestion, or accept the mayor's suggestion to provide our staff. Is this our office staff? Just staff in general. Okay,
Yeah.
to provide our staff with holiday leave for the dates of 27th through January 3rd. Am I right?
12/27 to 12/30. The other days are already designated holidays.
12/27 to
12/30.
to 12/30.
Yep.
I'll second it, Councilmember Hobbs.
No, you gotta say aye. I mean, motion.
Oh, word 1,
Aye.
word 2,
Aye.
word 3,
Aye.
word 4, absent, mayor votes aye. Thank you. That's nice. And I just have to say that our staff, our previous and our current staff, they work really hard. And I appreciate them so much. And I am very lucky and blessed to have the current staff that we have in our town hall, including Mr. Baden. Next item agenda is number 18, events. So I went over them pretty quickly, but we're having a Christmas event on the Laracy lot on December 10th. We need help. Anyone that can come and help or would be interested in helping coordinate this, you are welcome. I would also like to propose that we celebrate New Year's Eve in the town hall. I say this as a New Yorker who has all of her family in New York, in Colombia, and Puerto Rico. Juan and I usually celebrate it amongst ourselves, but I thought it would be nice. Actually, Ms. Blue inspired this idea to host a New Year's Eve party here, no alcohol, a champagne toast at midnight, but just invite the town to come and celebrate. We can watch the ball drop on the big screen. So I'd love to hear your opinions on whether you would like to do this or not. Do I need approval in order to do this?
I would say so.
Yeah.
We're using the town hall for a town function.
Oh, and if I'm using any money too. Okay.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to throw it out there. I mean, I just thought it would be nice, but you know. I wouldn't expect anyone to come in and work it. I would just want to open up the space and then pray that the people who come here will help me clean up afterwards. Which they do. I mean, that Halloween event, whew, the basement, it took us days to put together and then it took us hours to clean up afterwards.
Yeah, I was,
um,
sorry.
Go ahead.
Okay, sorry, so I just, Mayor, I mean, it's a commitment if you will take it upon yourself, let's say, to organize it, to celebrate, and it would be sad if people don't show up or have other plans. I think I have family in town. I probably will be with them. I'm not sure what I will be doing. But I just don't want to make that commitment. And I don't know, maybe there are other people in town who do not have family in town, and like it's been my family until just fairly recently, and would like to join this and celebrate. But I just don't want you to, to feel sad if in case people do not show up.
Thank you. I don't think I would feel sad because I'd have this entire room to watch the ball drop in. And so I'm open to being here and doing it myself and see who shows up. I think it's also a really good community building thing to do. And I think people want to get together and be together. And so I'll put it out there, see if anyone shows up, and then just take it from there.
Yeah, Councilmember Hardinger, I'm not opposed to it. I would definitely approve of you doing this. I know I wouldn't be here the whole night. I'll stop in, dance and vibe with you guys a bit, but I got a town to see. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, I'd like to approve this. This is an opportunity for celebration, and anytime we have our opportunity to come together and celebrate, I'm always going to encourage it.
I'm not opposed. I can't join you, but I'm not opposed.
So, Councilmember Harding, I'll make a motion to approve the mayor's suggestion for a New Year's Eve party at the town hall.
Seconded, Bowles.
Ward 1,
Aye.
Ward 2,
Aye.
Ward 3.
Aye.
Ward 4 absent. I still need to discuss it with my husband, but as of now, we are celebrating New Year's Eve at the town hall. Everyone is welcome, and Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. I'm excited. Yeah. Okay, so the next thing is we want to have a staff holiday party. So I am a big fan of karaoke. I am also a big fan of the American Legion. And so for me, I think we should have our staff party at the American Legion in Colmar Manor. Council is invited to join us. We're looking at the 16th of December. So I'm going to be talking to the American Legion, see if they'll let us do karaoke and have our Christmas party there. If not, I'm gonna look to see if Maryland Meadworks is open because they do karaoke, but for me, karaoke is super important. Next, any questions, any suggestions, anything? I don't know, 6? Mr. Baden, are you gonna come?
I'm not doing any karaoke.
Okay, so I'd say probably 6 p.m., maybe 6 to 9, something like that. Yeah. 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 Yeah.
I would just say the holiday or, employee parties have usually been at a restaurant during the workday and, everyone's working, getting paid for it. I don't know what the reception, how receptive the employees will be to do it after hours. During the day, everyone usually shows up, we have a gift exchange. It's usually at a restaurant, the town pays for it. So, I guess you get the feel for the employees and see if they'll be attending, because it is an evening and it's Friday evening. So,
okay,
you may want to leave the option open as to, do something different.
And people have kids too. Yeah, that's a good point. Thank you. So are we talking about like Benihana's or are we talking more like, I don't know, Silver Diner? Like, what are we
where have
talking
we
about?
been? I mean, it's Penroyal. I think we did Jerry's Seafood in Bowie, which is pricey, but good. They've done Ruby Tuesdays a couple times.
Okay, well, I have an idea. And so thank you for all of this. We'll ask and I'll follow up with you all to see if there are other restaurant recommendations. Is council invited to attend?
Sure.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, cool. So I'm saying tentatively the 16th of December, but that might change. I have to talk to staff. Okay, number 19, the ESOL program. So Cottage City just started English for speakers of other languages. When I saw it, my ears went up and I was like, wait a second, like I want to do this with them. And so I've contacted them and they are happy to do it with us. I don't know how much money we would need to invest, if any. I think their classes are on Zoom right now, I think, but I'll double check. So just giving you a heads up on that. I think if we were to take money for this, it would come out of like the programs, no? Like the community programs.
In the ARPA funds?
Yeah.
The language one, I think the ESOL language one for 21,000, which is for the council meetings.
That's the interpretation.
Right.
So we
And
would take it
haven't
from
used
there?
For half a year and that 21,000
Okay.
for a full year, so.
So do I need a motion or anything in regards to that? Or is it just already allocated?
If you all are in consensus, I think the money's already allocated. So if the council's in consensus to use it for that purpose as well, then I don't see any issue with that.
Do I need a motion?
No.
No?
Yep.
Okay, so Ward 1,
Aye.
Ward 2,
Aye.
Ward 3,
Aye.
Ward 4 absent, Mayor votes aye. Okay, the next item is number 20, RFP for legal services.
So as you know, Mr. Barr is in the hospital, he injured himself and will be out for quite some time for rehabilitation, upwards of 3 to 5 months potentially. So he has written into us saying that, you know, he would be fine with us moving forward to find new legal representation, especially in the interim. And then for this person to then move on to be the full-time town attorney come the next fiscal year. And so the RFP before you is just nothing's overly special about it. It's a pretty straightforward RFP for legal services that would be reached out. Mr. Barr has given us a handful of recommendations, and we would reach out to other town attorneys in the area. And the idea is to just get an hourly rate retainer from one. So it would be a little bit of a different relationship than the payment structure we have with Mr. Barr right now. And so I just need a approval.
I'm sorry, I don't know why this popped out to me. Under item 4 on the second page, it says town council meetings are held on the 3rd and then in parentheses 2nd. So you might want to correct that just in case they don't look at the number and look at the word instead.
First and second, third.
I must be a teacher or something.
Yeah, and there's a couple other typos on the first page, the proposal A. I don't know if it's the proposal, I don't know what that is.
Oh, that's, it goes ABC. It just,
A is
there's
the
the
scope of legals.
the A is just supposed to be underneath the proposal,
Right.
A, B, C.
And then it's missing a,
So that,
in this sentence, admitted to the Maryland bar. Second sentence there. Should be admitted to the Maryland bar.
Oh yeah, where's the A?
And then one
Oh,
more
I see.
here.
oh, that's where I copied it from.
But
So outside of the typos there.
You just need a motion to accept the RFP. Councilmember Bowles will make that motion as stated.
Councilmember Harden, I second that motion.
Ward 1,
Aye.
Ward 2,
Aye.
Ward 3,
Aye.
Ward 4 absent, Mayor votes aye. And I'm sorry, I forgot something under events. Cottage City also has approached us to see if we wanted to partner with them for Black History Month. And so for Black History Month, they are hiring Millicent Sparks, who is an actress. And she would be doing like a Harriet Tubman reenactment. I was super happy when they called and asked if we would like to partner with them. My response immediately was yes, yes, yes. There is a cost associated, so they're paying her, I believe, $1,400. We would split that cost with her. She lives in Philadelphia, so it would be her transportation here and then for her reenactment. So we would have to pay $700. I believe is that a part of community programs?
I'm not opposed to, collaboration on Black History Month, but reenactment, Harriet Tubman, they done remade about 30 movies in the past 20 years about Harriet Tubman. If we're doing to educate people on Black History Month, then we should educate people on Black History Month, not entertain them.
special events. Those things.
Come on
I
now.
would say.
If we're paying for a
I
person
would say,
to act out in front of us, a historic, come
no,
on,
that's for the
that don't sound right
teachers.
to me.
That's rental.
We could pay for education, we could pay for things to be
That's the
provided
council. Is it a
to
West Council
supplement
Sponsored?
entertainment.
Probably not.
Black History Month is about remembrance. Not for us to model after and go out and dress up to be someone. Yes, we do that in school as kids for us to show that we idolize and admire them. But if we are grown adults trying to educate and be proud of being Black, then our efforts should be inside of that.
We've already got 1,200 spent out of that 2,500.
Well, I like what you're saying. I don't see this as being the only thing that we would do for Black History Month. So for example, last year for Black History Month, I invited my colleague who wrote a book on Black hair for children, and she read the book and I loved it. And so I'm looking for ideas and other things that we can do, but just to further Mr. Bowles with saying that we need to have these things, we need to have advance notice. This is one thing that I thought, okay, like this is far enough in advance. To me, it's interesting. Like I wouldn't mind seeing a reenactment, but I'm also all about, I like theater, I like reenactment. I want to see a reenactment of a duel in Colmar Manor. So but I'm open to whatever is discussed. I just thought I'm always looking for opportunities to work with Cottage City too. So.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. We just had our board meeting on Monday night at PG Heritage. Mount Nebo Church, which is a traditionally Black church, has recently done some great work, and a couple of researchers on our board have done a lot of good work on freedmen schools and local Black history figures like the Plummer family and Margaret Adams, who ran an inn here. And I think it would be, I've been trying to do this the year before that, Mayor, we watched Black History, the Black Church on PBS, and then we all had a big discussion about that, which was really cool. And Reverend Addison came and spoke about the church. So I'm happy to reach out and see if we have a date, or if we want to try to set a date for an event. I'm happy to reach out. That would be something kind of cool. Local Black history. If that's something that the council's interested in, I'm happy to reach out to our board president and see if they'd want to do a presentation. I mean, and that's more in the line of education. I'm sorry?
Oh, they're closed. I've reached out to them. They've been closed. The African American Museum.
Yeah, African American Cultural Center.
They've been closed for a while.
Yeah, they don't have an ED. They don't have an executive director.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Well, sorry.
I just wanted to reiterate that it was like collaborating with them was a good idea, and everything that you're trying to do to amplify Black History Month is a great idea. I just felt if we're going to spend money on something, it should be towards education, because that's what the entire month it's about, it's remembrance, and that's all I was saying.
I would even kick it up a notch. I would say, let's figure out what we can do, not just one thing, but a couple of things. I know that Council Member Harding I had actually suggested, and he thought it was a good idea that we start a Black Culture Committee. And so I'm not sure if that idea is still on the table, if we're still looking to start that, but I think it's super important for our community. And then I would kick it up a notch and talk about having an event or a discussion to talk about the Black diaspora, to talk about the Black community, the Hispanic community. I think that there's a lot of education that needs to happen on both sides about Afro Latinos. I would be interested in doing lots of different things. So we could talk about this at a work session, but I think we do need to start talking about it now and start planning it now, so we're not waiting till the last minute. I got very lucky with my colleague last year who volunteered to do, no, I think we paid her to do this via Zoom. So that's it on my end, but thank you so much. Okay, so
Thank you, Mayor.
What's the next one is number 21, the cable franchise agreement
So
ordinance.
there's nothing allocated, no votes on that? No money?
No, we're gonna talk about it at the work session.
Okay. So, you have before you the ordinance to renew the cable franchise agreement with Comcast Cable. The current franchise agreement expired in 2015. We've actually been operating on basically a year-to-year lease with them for the last 7 years. And during that time, the municipalities with the county have been part of a negotiating consortium whereby they negotiated a renewal franchise that will last 10 years. Basically, this allows Comcast to come in and use the right of ways within the city or within the town, to provide services to the town as far as your Comcast internet, phones, whatever services you get from them. If you don't agree, if you don't approve this agreement, you would have to go out on your own and negotiate separately with Comcast in order to provide a franchise to the town. We're being told from the attorneys, and these are, high dollar communication attorneys that only deal with, companies like Comcast and Verizon, that this is the best agreement that a government has with Comcast in the country. As far as what they were able to negotiate for us within the agreement itself, the paid fees, the franchise fees remain the same, meaning that the town gets 5% of whatever services Comcast sells to the residents of the community. We receive 5% that could be used for whatever purpose in the town. And then we also receive 3% for public education and government related channels and access to those. So that remains constant in the agreement itself. It's pretty much, other than that, pretty much the same as the existing franchise. We didn't lose anything in the franchise, and, the attorney that was presenting, the terms of the agreement to the municipalities in the county, basically were, very pleased with what they were able to negotiate. So, there's no reason that we shouldn't approve it. Unless you all have, some specific questions, I'd ask you to go ahead and adopt it.
Well, the only question I have is, are we currently in a contractual agreement with Comcast?
Yes.
And the reason I ask that is because I've been having multiple residents say that they can't tune in through Comcast onto the town hall channel.
Well, that's probably our issue versus Comcast
issue. Okay.
So if anyone has questions about that, they should, contact us, because we are the franchisor for Comcast to come into the town. So those complaints come to us, and then we would make connection with the intergovernmental division of Comcast.
All right, Chief. So you ever get back to Miss Marion on why she can't get us on the TV?
Actually, I spoke with her before the meeting. She has Verizon, by the way, and she was waiting for the meeting to start. She was watching it.
All right, good.
But as to contact specifically, with about probably a year ago, they had to run a dedicated fiber cable all throughout the town and ended up at town hall. So the Comcast government access channel was out of service for a number of months. So that is connected, and they should be receiving a signal.
Well,
and
you answered my question, Councilmember Harden. I will approve. Make a motion to approve. If there's no other discussion for the greater good of the council.
Right, but the public hearing is not a requirement of them. These requirements, I didn't read it over all the way, but only if we require a public hearing. I mean, that this was.
So yeah, Councilmember Harden makes a motion to accept the proposed ordinance. No.
Right, so we do need two, but as far as the public hearing.
Mr. Baden, are we ready for a motion, or?
I think so. We're just having a conversation. It's a motion to introduce, because it's an ordinance, you can't adopt it at the same meeting it's introduced. So Yeah, we'll put on the agenda for either the work session or the town meeting in December. But this would be, the motion would be to introduce ordinance 03/2023.
Councilmember Harding, I'll make the motion to introduce ordinance 03/2023 for later acceptance.
For the cable franchise agreement.
Oh, for
with
cable
Comcast.
franchise agreement ordinance.
Councilmember Bowles will second that.
Ward 1,
Aye.
Ward 2.
Aye.
I'm sorry, but after the second, we're supposed to ask for discussion.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, sorry. Discussion?
Yeah, first, second discussion vote.
So, Councilmember Harding, I'll make the motion as I just stated.
Councilmember Bowles will second it.
Any discussion?
Any discussion?
No.
Okay, Ward 1,
Aye.
Ward 2,
Aye.
Ward 3,
Aye.
Ward 4 absent, mayor votes aye. The next item on the agenda is a closed session to discuss a personnel matter. So we will close the room down, ask everyone to exit. Do we need to adjourn here now or after?
If you're not coming back into the session and to do any other business, you can adjourn this meeting now.
Okay, so before I adjourn, I just want to say thank you to everyone who showed up. Thank you for the discussion. Thank you for sharing your thoughts. We will move towards unity and towards a better Colmar Manor. I am committed to that. I've been the mayor for the past 6 months. It's an honor of a lifetime for me. It's a source of pride as being the first Hispanic mayor of the town. And I will do my best to make sure that that we move forward and that everyone is valued and that I work with the council. So I just want to say thank you to everyone and we will adjourn and go into a closed session.
Yeah, you need a motion to
So
go
yes,
into the
sorry.
closed session.
So I would like to request a motion to go to a closed session for a personnel matter.
Councilmember Bowles will motion that we go into a closed session on a personnel matter.
Councilmember Harding, I'll second that.
Ward 1,
Aye.
Ward 2,
Aye.
She said aye.
Ward 3,
Aye.
Ward 4 absent, mayor votes aye.
And
Do we want to stay here or do we want to go into the boardroom? Stay here, okay.
and we won't be coming back, right?
And we won't be coming back, so we're also kicking people off of Zoom. Thank you. Oh, except for Irina. Irina, don't leave.
I'm here.